race fans. It is February 23, 2024. It is 12:55 a.m. in Central Time, USA. That's 5 minutes to for track time. That's 5 minutes to when they start. I want to thank everyone here already. We've got about 750 you, 188 likes. We can get more of you guys like. We all love this channel. Again, this is the Racing Tickets YouTube channel. Ooh, excuse me, guys. This is the Racing Tickets YouTube channel, and this is Grash talking to you right now. I've got Biggles with me today. Hey, it's Biggles time. Hey, how you doing, my friend? I haven't seen you in a while.
Yes, Carl, welcome back. Of course, the new season of Formula One will be upon us, but we have to get through the pre-season testing, of course. That will be day 3, session 1. Let's see how this is all going to pan out with all the interesting things and all the little gizmos and changes to the cars this season, right, Grash?
Couldn't hear you. I'm boosting your volume on my end. It's something on my end. Say again, Biggles.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah,
you
welcome
go.
back, of course. New season, new Formula One. Lots of changes between the teams. Have you been through it, of course, in those other practice sessions that have all been presented here by the lovely watch-alongs here at the Racing Statistics community. Grash, you're back. We're back. Formula One's back. Day 3.
Day 3. Who's going to cause a red flag? That seems to be the thing.
What are you saying?
I say, I almost got the red flag.
Probably a manhole cover.
I almost got the red flag on the first day with Albon, but like he got off the track really too well, and no one else was on track, and the marshals were able to get him, roll him in 15 seconds, and that should have been a red flag, but it was just yellow flag running. Anyways, we're joking, everyone. I know red flags is something that happens to me because of how many times I watch, because I do most of
that. If you want to get a red flag, just do it for Grash. Grash wants a red flag. Come on.
How is chat doing this morning? We've got Yuntel, we've got Paula. I know RS had gifted 20 new subs. Celebrity Olympic, one of our new yellow. Wow. Green Tex family members. Let's see who else. Denver Pinto, another new member. I missed when he did it, so I don't have the list of who got subs, but there was 20 new people, which is huge. George Martin, aka the Martinator. Those are the ones I can see right now. Excuse me.
Well, we got the usual suspects back, of course. And it's good to see you all again. Happy first time I've actually chatted to everybody here at Racing Statistics. Happy New Year for those supporters that have supported us for so much during last year's lovely Formula One season. And now they're back again. And we haven't even gone to the first race of the season yet. This is still pre-season testing. We still have a session after this. And then that's it, my friend. After that, it's time to go racing for the first race of the season.
So I think one of the things that I missed, yesterday afternoon was we had 110K subscribers. That's a huge. I want to thank everyone who subscribed. We're on our up and up as that number keeps going. We're about to get 1,000 people watching right now. We've got 217 likes right now. I want to thank everyone. Again, this is Grash with Biggles on the Races YouTube channel. We're about ready for cars to get on track. Looking right now. Denver, what's better than 110K, 111? That's definitely right. That's where we're going. When will this get going? We should be seeing cars on track any moment now. They're lined up. It's not just green just yet. We've got, there they go. So the AM and the Haas is lined up. So that's Stroll and Magnussen coming out on track first. Just started Jock Matter. You haven't missed anything. There goes, looks like it's Norris, and then it looks like, is it Seitz next out of the garage? Biggles, have you anything in particular? Looks like Norris is going to do a pit lane start.
Sorry, anything in particular with regards to what? Sorry.
Anything that you've seen over the past 2 days that stands out?
Yes, of course. The Red Bull with the very interesting air intakes just behind the driver's helmet. That's in the cockpit there. A couple of other little changes there. Of course, there's little vents that some of the drivers are doing. They're looking at providing. Of course, I think everybody out here is maybe aware of some of those little technical details. I think on the front of one of the wings, I think it was, they have 3 layers or 4 layers on the front wing, and there's one of them that was a little bit sneaky, but it still passes the regulations.
So we
What else?
refer to that
Ferrari,
as
I
the
think.
yeah. So on the Mercedes wing, we're calling that the wire, basically.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. And then the Ferraris have that thing near the side windows, side mirrors, don't they? That kind of ventures things in there where they actually put some of those sensors in as well. So that's a lot to look out for here.
One thing, it looks like the map is not working at the moment. Give it a moment, and we're gonna shake it, and it'll kick into gear. I think who had the. I want to say it was Aston Martin has Stroll's out with an aero rake on, and it's about, I think I want to say about in the front of the car, if I remember correctly. Let me see who's on. This is Perez. So he is out, but he doesn't have an air rake on, as far as I can tell. I can only see the front of the car, but yeah, it's from the above the driver's the roll bar camera view.
T-cam, I think exactly. There we go. The
There we go.
lovely map is back.
Yeah, the other map
Drivers.
is working.
So a long session. Hopefully we get a good running for these drivers. Now, just to explain to everybody, what have they done for the switcheroo for the drivers? Like, how are they panning this one out now? It looks like we have Russell out there. We don't know. What are the drivers going to be doing this session here this evening?
So right now we've got Stroll, Magnussen, Norris, Sainz, Perez, Ricardo, Ocon, Albon on track. There's 2 more, and I'm not sure who are we missing. So we know Sainz is out on tracks. They have been most dodgy with giving. Sainz currently has the fastest sector 1. Magnussen is the fastest sector 2, but that's going to be taken away by Sainz in a moment. Perez has it, but Sainz has a lot more subsectors. Oh yeah, he's screaming right now. Now Sainz takes the fastest sector 2, and you're going to see. This is the first runs. You're going to see these times getting set.
Track conditions should be pretty much straight. Similar here in Bahrain, and 22 degrees Celsius air.
So Sainz just to take is P1, Perez is P2, Magnussen is a P3. Stroll has done quickly. I think he's about to do a new lap. Norris is just jumped to P2, 133. So we're in the 132s, 133s. Already at the top. Those are times they're going to stand for quite a while. But what we're going to see is, particularly in the afternoon session, because it's the last testing, we will probably see some glory runs. Also, the track will be at night. It'll be cooler. It'll be fast, so the track will be faster. The track will be more rubbered in than it is now. So there'll be track evolution play there as well. So while we're seeing some cool times right now, Ryan has got the best seat of the house for commentary in that last hour. And Stroll's, like I said, the air rake is in front of the cockpit, behind the front wheels.
For who, sorry?
Lance Stroll. He's got an air rake on.
Okay.
Excuse me. And it's in front of it's just right behind the tires. But also in front of the cockpit. What? Oh, that's flows to paint. Okay, so Albon's out on track, and he's got a yellow paint on his car, which is blues paint, and I haven't. It threw me off because it looked like what. Well, that looked like the part of the delivery for a moment. I was like, "What is this viewer delivery?" No, it's the flow for his paint. 77. This is Bias. He is due to be out on track. The engineers are all working on his car. He's actually out of this car. He's not in the car yet. So there's something going on that they're trying to prepare his car with. So he's one of them, and the other one is Hamilton. So he's in his car, but they're still working on it. He's got a big air rake on the back of the engine cover, in front of the rear wheels. So he's going to go out with the air rake. So he's going to go out and do like a couple laps and then come back in. People have been like, "Why are they coming in so quickly?" Because stuff like that, the air rakes. So we should. Here come Ferrari. They're coming. No, they're leaving the pit lanes now. They must have stopped for something. They're going to do a practice start from pit lane. So there's a section off the side of the pit lane where they can turn off and do a start from. And there they go, off like a rocket ship. Beagles, has any particular team besides Red Bull impressed you this weekend? I mean, these past 2 days?
Not really as yet, but it's still early days. We don't know what's going on with that testing, especially after the first few days. Red Bull, of course, has impressed, as you said, but besides Red Bull, yeah, I don't know yet. And remember, it always happens in Formula One. There's teams that deliberately sandbag a lot during those early testing days just to kind of throw everybody off. And they go, "Oh, they're fast," or "Oh, they're slow." And then, of course, when it comes to the first important race and the first practice sessions and the first race of the season, that's when they start showing their true colors.
If there is a team that is truly sandbagging during testing this week, it's probably Mercedes. Because they haven't been at the top of the charts. They haven't been. They've done the laps, but they haven't done the top speed. And that is something that that's going on. In chat right now, just someone Disgruntled says, "You guys heard anything about Audi rumor they might follow F1?" No, Taco, you've got the wrong brand. So what's going on is that Audi is basically buying out the Sauber team. Right now they're at 50%. Next year they'll be at 75, and then in 2026 they'll take over with 100%. So that's when. So enjoy the Kick Sauber stake neon green for these next 2 years because it will be Audi in 2026. Where what the brand that's pulling out is their sister brand, which is Porsche. So what happened with Porsche is they were trying to do a deal with Red Bull, and essentially they got too greedy, and they wanted too much control over Red Bull. And Red Bull was like, "No, we can do this without having you take control of us." And basically, that kind of scuttled the deal between the two companies. And they haven't been able to basically. They wanted to be an engine manufacturer to be the works team to a particular F1 team. That's what they wanted, and they're not going to get that. And so, because they're not getting that deal with any team, they're basically pulling out from being an engine manufacturer. But again, it's weird because Audi is a sister company. They're under the same conglomerate of car companies. So while Porsche is not going to be in F1, Audi will be in F1 in 2026.
Seems like F1's the hottest property right now, of course, with the way that the interest has generated a lot. So obviously, advertisers and sponsors, advertisers, and car manufacturers all want to get in F1. Of course, the F1 teams themselves don't want to allow any more people really into F1, as we've all gone through all that commotion, all that dilemma, because the pie is a pie, and you start slicing that pie into more pieces and per teams, that's less money and so forth. That's just a whole nother topic to talk about But moving on right now, as we are in our F1 testing day, well, this is the reason I guess we do have a little bit of a time to talk about all that sort of jazz. And let us know, obviously, always in the chat. We love reading through. Thank you all for the kind words. Yes, it is I recognize in some people out here from the virtual racing world as well, too, Grash. So it's good to see everybody in here, as well as the familiar names that we all love from last season, of course. And now
And
they're all tuned in again.
and we've got some new names in chat this time, and that's cool to see. People who I've seen over the past few days I didn't see last year, so that's really cool. So Grunzel says that the main executive push for Audi into F1 might get canned. Yeah, but they've got an agreement to buy out Sauber. I don't know what's going on. I mean, like, basically, Andretti were in talks with Sauber to potentially buy that out. They almost pulled the trigger, but there were issues with that particular deal about control that shoved off Andretti. I mean, they had already re-signed. They had signed Mullet Man. Oh my God, I'm blanking today. This is what you get with so little sleep. But that's had just been signed, and basically the other the other side of it was they were just about to sign Joe, and so it would have locked Andretti out to bring any of their talent in on board. And so that was like one of the in terms of Andretti's public perception, that was one of the big stickling points about the deal.
I think there's a little bit more to that because, I mean, you got to understand, you got new regulations changing, okay? So you're looking about a team joining, next season, but the regulations are going to change the season after. That's
no.
That's a whole topic on the talking point, right?
Andretti said that basically the 2025 was on it was being listed in their materials because they started so many years ago back, and it's just basically the process lagged on so long. That's just there for historical reasons. They were going to join the grid on 2026. If they were actually going to join F1 if things were going to get started. They were now planning for 2026 because of how long things have just dragged on.
And I understand from Formula One's perspective as well too, because people figure a bit like more teams would be grand, right? And we had more teams in Formula One over the years, but you don't want a team that's going to be running at the back of the field all the time consecutively and not really have an opportunity to fight up against the top gun teams, as you know.
And this is the problem. The problem with that argument is essentially it's the Andretti's. Michael Andretti, who's leading the team, was on the F1 grid. Right now, I'm looking at the back of the V-carb car. They have an air rake on the very behind the wheels. So that's where they're looking for their air sensors there. You've got Michael Andretti, who's been an F1 driver, and then his father is part of the organization is Mark Andretti, who is a F1 champion. So it's hard to take the non-competitive side of things when you've got that pedigree. When you have a team in F1 such as Haas, whose their only accomplishment has been one pole. Basically, what the argument is the conditions on which they are rejecting Andretti to enter F1, where Haas, if Haas would have been applied to that standard, they would never have made it into F1. So it's complicated. The Andretti thing is. It's politics. It's complicated. There's a lot of F1 says they haven't considered how they would put an 11th team in the garage, but they managed to get Brad Pitt as a faux team at Silverstone. So it's one of those a lot of the rejection of Andretti falls on the F1 management making very, very weak arguments, to be quite honest. I'm looking right now. We just had sites do a one improvement of their time, do a 132.017. Norris just did a 133.742. Albon's in the 133 club, the 133.848. Who's doing a flying lap right now? Just trying to look at the statistics at the moment.
Hamilton and Stroll, I think, are out on track currently at the moment.
Yeah, they're the only two on track.
Oh, geez, we could just fire up a storm, can't we, about this whole announcement? See, nothing's really, at the end of the day, certain, isn't it, in Formula One? Like, it's always speculations. I think it even shocks, like, some of the Formula One experts that have been with Formula One for 20, 30 years. And then, like, the shock announcements, of course, of Hamilton going to Ferrari and all that sort of stuff has shocked pretty much everybody in the community. And what's been happening with these teams trying to join Audi and all that sort of stuff. I mean, you could say one thing. We can talk about it until
Yeah, I
the
think
crows come
the
home.
issue
Yeah.
the issue with Hamilton is it's been rumored with no actual
Like
meat
evidence
on the
or
there was
like,
like that had always been a bone with no meat on it for years and years for several years. I mean, there was a moment last summer where that rumor came up again. Where Hamilton would be going to Ferrari, and it was Ferrari with like a wink and a nod and a smile from Vasseur, and other previous blanking who was the previous principal, but it was always been a wink and a nod. Yeah, we've talked, and it was like nothing serious. And then out of nowhere, it dropped. And it was legit, and that's huge. It is huge that he's changing teams. I mean, literally, the last time someone changing teams like that at this level was, I mean, like Alonso going from Alpine to Aston Martin was a big deal, and that's because
I
Vettel
thought
had retired.
McLaren to Renault was a big deal as well.
McLaren to Renault, going back. I mean, like literally, like Hamilton going from McLaren to Mercedes was a big freaking deal. And it's historical. Thank you, King Lear. It's Matteo Benotto. Yeah, no, and what leading up before we had both Charles and Lando up extending their deals with their current teams. So there was this the silly season's not going to be very silly given what's had happened.
Silly season's already kicked into gear, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
And another one, isn't it? Thank you very much for the 300 likes, everybody. Keep it going. 310 actually as we're kicking into another notch. But it's to me, it's silly season. I mean, having a driver announce a year in advance that you're changing to another team, just how's the chemistry going to work there? Because
no
the
clue.
teams will always now the crews will always do their absolute best because the rewards that they get, the teams they get so many bonuses. Each team member in the crew, like the tire people, they get like $500, 500 pounds, 1,000 pound bonuses and stuff like that if their driver wins. All right, races. So they want coin in their pocket. That's a clear thing, and it's good for the team. However,
Yeah, no, I mean,
knowing your driver that you're going to be putting all this effort into is going to be leaving the team, and of course, what is the team also going to do at the end of the season? Like, how much information is the team going to give Hamilton, knowing he's going to Ferrari? Like as we go deeper into the season.
I mean, here's the other thing that we know already is that by Hamilton going to Ferrari, we know that Charles signed for though. So Hamilton signs. So we now know that with it's confirmed, and we now know that Sainz is going to leave at the end of this year. We talk about the issue with Mercedes and Hamilton. It's going to be the same thing with we know already with Ferrari and Sainz by the end of this year.
We because it could change overnight. We don't really know. Really,
No, he's leaving. No. Sainz is leaving Ferrari. That's because Charles is signed up and Hamilton is signed up for next year. So it's already been announced he's going to be leaving Ferrari. Mostly, he basically said, "I'm leaving Ferrari because they didn't sign me and signed someone else already." So it's one of those. He was kind of shocked by that, the way that announcement came out from him. So we know right now the biggest free agent on the market is Sainz. What team is going to sign him is the big question.
They need to be a smooth operator, don't they? Cha-ching.
That is a big cha-ching, my friend.
Well, we
So right
are
now
doing a bit of a yarn session, of course, because it's just the start of the session. Lots of time to go. And
so
speaking of the devil, Carlos Sainz, of course, on the top of the timesheets. Early
yeah,
days.
he's out on a lap on a like a C4 compound. So at least this time F1 is showing the compounds that they're on. They had not shown that all weekend. I mean, all week. They had not. So the first day they did not show any tires information. Yesterday they showed, I think, basically. They showed some of it, but it was basically medium, hard, soft type stuff. And then finally today we're getting the compound. So Science is on an outlap. He looks like he's on a C4, and Ricardo, when he was out on track, was on a red C4 compound. Um, Teams were allocated 32 tires this weekend. Majority of the tires that the teams took were the C3, but there are a lot of C1, C2s, so harder compounds, where are going to be the white tires. Very few took, and then there's a big drop off on the C4, and then very few took the C5. Um, they have shown up on track though. So if you see like a purple U on the chart, that's the C5 compound. So they have shown up on track.
And so, Grash, just to explain to everybody that may have just tuned in for the first time and may not be that familiar with what you're talking about with the compounds, can you explain to everybody what those compounds mean?
So Pirelli makes is the tire manufacturer for F1, and one of the things about the tech with F1 is that for each race, Pirelli basically assigns 3 sets of tires to be the medium, hard, and soft. Um, for it, and it looks like from this year it's coming from 5 compounds. I'll go over who took the C5 in a moment, Vicky. So let me just go over. So when we talk about there being a C1 compound, that is the hardest compound. So the thing about what we mean by hardest, they will run the longest of all the tires, but their rigidity basically makes them slower than other tires. And then we got a gradation between those tires. So we got a C1, a C2, a C3, a C4, and then a C5. C5 being the fastest tire, the softest tire, but because it's softer, it would degrade much faster. And that's one of the things that Pirelli has done really well in managing, is how those tires react.
There you go. So Grash is your man when it comes to Formula One. You're the walking Wikipedia of Formula One. I'll tell you that.
So 4 teams took the C5, and each of them took two pairs. So Mercedes, Ferrari, Williams, and Stake, Kick, Sauber, Green Goo of Ooze, car F1. They're the only 4 teams that took the C5 tires. Notably, McLaren and Alpine took none of the red tires. And that's mostly, I believe, the tires that they're going to be for next week are going to be this C1, C2, C3. So that the teams are taking those tires because they're going to get direct data that will be applicable to the race next weekend.
Have it.
Yeah, so McLaren did not take any C5. They didn't take any C4 tires as well. So they've only taken, particularly McLaren took 7 sets of the C1s, 6 sets of the C2s, and I've got 22 sets of C3s. Math is not coming there, but probably 6, 6, and 22 to be quite honest. Like where another example, Alpine took 11 of the C1s, 4 of the C2s, and then 20 of the C3s. Where Mercedes took two C1s, 2 C2s. They took 25 C3s, 4 of the C4s, and then 2 of the C5s. Red Bull went 6 C1s, 5 C2s, 20 C3s, and 4 C4s. No C5s. Okay. Is there any questions from chat at this time? Are you guys? Again, we're here to take your questions. Just putting my name in chat. Again, we've got several new members. Like Ryan Kuda is one of the new members that it looks like you just joined or given a gift sub today. Welcome to the yellow chat, Paula. Someone who's been here, Ryan, a while. Excuse me, been around for a while. Thank you for being with us for so long. One of the benefits so basically they've joined the channel. So they're basically throwing someone has paid for it, or like me, I've paid basically like a couple bucks every month to be part of the channel. One of the benefits is that we have a slew of channel-specific emojis, and I'm throwing them into chat right now. And one of the benefits, you get access to those emojis in chat. Does the F1 TV search work a Linux-based browser? It should. It's just standard HTML5.
Linux, you should get Google Chrome on Linux as well, so should not be that much of a problem.
Yeah, I don't know anything that they're doing that's like specific to a particular browser that's causing issues.
We have a lot of people in the chat that could probably help you. 365 likes at the moment, 2,500 of you watching. So lend a hand. Sharing is caring.
Question: do you believe Mercedes and Aston Martin both sandbagging quite significantly? Aston Martin's not sandbagging. They're not. They're trying to like really push their car. So they're the only one that I wouldn't say is. I wouldn't say
Really, you went down there and confirmed with the mechanics and the chief engineers?
Look. I know that we're in Bahrain. I know it's sandy, but that's not from the inside of the cars. It's not a broken sandbag. I don't. Mercedes is the one that might. It's one of those. If they're sandbagging, they're the one that might. They might be doing it. So right now there's no one on track. So just to give you guys a heads up, but it seems like everyone's come to the pits. Is there a reason? Oh, there's a red flag.
Oh, there it is. You wanted it. You got it.
Oh, I called
You
it.
jinxed it. You said it. You said, look, I was going to be a red flag. I don't know what it is of you, Grash, but somehow you're influencing race control.
It's the same drain pipe. Or it's in the same. It's the same. Yeah, same zones. It's turn 11. Oh, all right. So, Jerry Statistics, we've got a red flag. Please switch over to that. Oh my God, what?
You called it, Grash. I don't know what it is.
It's a drain pipe.
Is it really?
It's
again the one that they welded down.
No, it's a different one. It looks like the different one, because this one's red. The one that we were dealing with was painted that cream color.
This is strange because remember, this is a dedicated racetrack. It's not like Las Vegas or Baku, right? Which are street circuits. This is actual a racetrack where the only cars that drive around this track are obviously for racing purposes. They're not your streets, so this is very surprising.
So. Yeah, that's so weird. we've got another red flag. Did Ferrari go over the rain flag again? The jokes are starting already.
What do you call a red flag? No, all right, I'm going to get some jokes for you on that one. Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Yeah. People are asking what any website to watch it, guys. Not much to watch right now. It's a red flag.
No, we can't bring you live pictures, of course. It's all copyright and trade.
What?
And look, trust me, I even where in the country I live at the moment, I can't even subscribe to the F1 channel to watch anything. Okay, so thankfully, here at Racing Statistics, you can at least get all the telemetry information and hear our lovely voices, as well as the likes of Rain, who's always going to be back. And well, when it pours, it rains, right? Rain F1 is one of our lead commentators,
This
of
is
course,
this
for the Racing
is
Statistics. Hey, we have Rain and iRacing right now. That's coming up, so I'm even super excited about that in the virtual world, of course.
okay. I thought that they were showing a car that may have been damaged. Sergio went over the cover thing, so it looks like Checo is the one who pulled the cover off this time. Question: opinion on McLaren, since they look like the team who made the least significant changes to their philosophy. Have they been the least? I don't know. I mean, like, I'll be honest. Haas is not very good with their philosophy. The thing with McLaren's philosophy right now is that they're on the right track for change, to improve, to be highly competitive. Like right now, before the red flag, Norris is second behind. Norris has been second. Like the McLarens have been at the top of the board morning and afternoon. That's not where they were the past 2 years. They were piles of who bluntly lit on fire. So I wouldn't worry too. Like philosophy is if they haven't changed, it's because they're on the right track. It's the teams like Haas. Like I don't know what the heck Haas is doing. I don't know. Alpine is one of those. Not sure what they're doing. Kick is another one. Not sure what we're doing. I mean, if we're talking about radical change, it's the V car, Toro Rosso, aka team that they're basically were trying to be like, we don't want to be in the shadow of our big sister Red Bull, to being, I'll take the hand-me-down clothes. I mean, that's really what it feels like with them at the moment. Is that like last year's Red Bull car has been handed down to them as much as possible, and they've been like, oh, I'll fit it to my body size type of thing. And that's the controversy that you'll hear this year. If they're in the top five repeatedly, oh boy, we're going to hear about them and their relationship with Red Bull, how it's not fair that Red Bull owns two teams, and so on and so on. It's gonna happen.
I mean, Ferrari own two teams. Red Bull own two teams. It's been like that for years. And if you're crying about Haas, why don't you? Well, we can pick up the phone right now and call Gunter. Gunter? I got Gunter on speed dial here. Let's ask him about the Haas situation. I'm sure everybody's going to miss Gunter there. There is so much, isn't there, at the start of this season that's already exploded.
Here's the thing with Gunter, is that he's a free agent now. Like he'll probably end, like, if he's got nothing to do, he'll end up in the United States doing work on Indy. NBC will call him. Fox will probably call him. I mean, he's done broadcasts for NASCAR. So
he's a celebrity. He's a celebrity.
Yeah, he is a celebrity. So if worst comes shove, Fox or NBC are going to just shove him a pile of money, and he'll come and talk on whatever race over here in the United States that they'll have him, and it's no big deal for him at this point, and it won't be an issue because he's got nothing else to do.
Well, he's got a family, of course, and he's been working his buttocks off. And maybe he'll spend some time with the family for a little bit.
So Louis Cipher, just you. So the bot called you out for posting a link. You didn't actually post a link. Just be mindful, everyone. If you have a period, make sure you put a space after that, because if you don't, if you got text on both sides of a period, basically the bot reads it as a URL. It's a lazy programming. It's not my fault. I understand what the bot's doing because I'm a programmer, and I'm telling you like how not to get caught up by the bot in that particular way.
It's AI. It's taking over, my friend. It's gonna catch everything you do.
No, AI is not taking AI. Oh my God, let's not go over AI. AI is so stupid. AI is,
we're in a red flag conditions. This is the reason
yeah,
why we're
yeah.
chin
Why
wagging.
we're
But that's what the preseason is about. The preseason is not just testing; it's about having everybody here in the Race Statistics channel give us your feedback and all the dilemma and all the news and everything that's been going on. We love to hear your views and opinions. You're very special to us here, and your voice
so,
matters and it counts.
so again, why did we get a red flag? It looks like Checo went over one. It looks like it was Checo this time, but we know that a drain pipe, drain cover has come loose again on the track. It is in the same area as they were yesterday.
Turn 11, right? Was it?
Yeah, turn 11. Yep. Turn 11. Again, it's a little further up this time. The drain cover this time, the drain cover last time was like a pinkish color, and this one is a red color. Has been painted red. So yeah, we're gonna lose. It's gonna be another hour before, at least before, because they have to now inspect the circuit again.
Yeah, and that was a
Yeah,
big dilemma, wasn't it, in Vegas when they did that? Because
yeah.
well, the thing is with Vegas, of course, it being a bustling city, they have a certain amount of time before they reopen the streets, so that people can go on their business. Here, of course, in
Yeah,
Bahrain,
we
you don't have to.
literally F. So what happened with in Vegas is that they had to keep because they needed more time. They kept pushing back FP2. They literally started FP2 at the last possible moment. Basically it started at I think like three a.m. Vegas time. Which means they ended at 4, which means they had 30 minutes to get everything off the road that they need to and prepare it to open up the road because that roads have to be open during the day. That was
Yeah, that was the
part of the
promise,
thing.
exactly. Yeah, for everybody to
So
be
so at
working.
4:30, those roads have to be open
But they
again
kicked the
to the
people out of
public.
the grandstands as well, too, which caused a big controversy that was near
And
there as
the
well.
reason for that is that basically that because that went on so long, the hospitality staff basically it was the end of their shift and they couldn't keep there was no way to keep the hospitality staff keep things open. So with that them not being able to stay, it ended up basically they had to send the crowd home, which what ended so and I know there's a lawsuit about that. Basically from the people who are in the know, basically that law firm is a ambulance chasing company, so they pretty much probably had something ready to go. I mean, like basically, I think that incident happened overnight, and when the court opened the next morning, like by 9 a.m., that lawsuit had been filed. So they had paperwork ready to go in case anything happened.
Yeah,
They
it's
were
difficult, isn't it? And you're talking about like one of the I've lived in Las Vegas as well too. It's one of the major tourist towns in all the United States of America, and shutting down the main street of a busy tourist town is not an easy thing to do, of course. And Formula One was gambling on that one.
actually it for my so for the person who I'm talking with is it's actually they're actually a big wig in the hospitality sector. Um, and they basically said that shutting down the strip actually wasn't that wasn't the hard part because they know how to shut that down for like parades and other things. What was impressive is just how much infrastructure and like how big and how massive that area the strip had changed with F1. Was not normal. Like there's like normal stuff and there's odd stuff, and this was like holy cow, this was massive.
Yeah,
this was big, and then that's
they shut off the the fountains, not the fountains completely, but the water, some of the water features from outside the casinos and stuff like that. Exactly, but
and they
it's
did, and then they put but they did that, and then they put some hospitality stuff over the fountains.
yeah,
It's just
yeah.
like, yeah, it's just the bridges that they put in, and that they had, and just the infrastructure was so, it changed that area so much. It took, again, this is someone who's a bigwig in HR in one of the casinos, and they were like taken aback of how much Vegas was changed for F1. And that's one of the big things.
But
The
apparently,
fact
there's a lot of reviews out there after saying the casinos were jam packed. People were actually gambling during the race and all that sort of stuff. So I think the overall feedback was it's positive and lessons to be learned, of course. You got people forget that
that
Singapore, when it had its first inaugural night race of Formula One, it also went through the similar things. Now, Singapore, of course, is not as massively huge when it comes to that as Vegas, but Singapore, of course, you shut the main. Singapore is just a big city anyway, right? It's not a
yeah,
very vast
yeah.
country, and they went through a lot of dilemma as well. But a lot of that was just really hidden under the headlines because Formula One back then, of course, was nowhere near the market the United States of America was, and of course, United States of America, the huge reach of chatter, and of course, Formula One's popularity since that. But Singapore went through a lot of those dilemmas first, and they eventually got through. That's where you could have, your first one's always not going to be working perfectly, and then you'll iron out those issues for the next season and the season after that and stuff like that. As people get used to it, it's like okay, it's always scary at first when something happens and it's strange, then you get used to it and you
So we're
tune it.
about 45 minutes into the session right now. We're gonna take a moment to reset. So basically, you are listening to the Race 6 YouTube channel. This is Crash speaking to you. Bagels is with me tonight. Thank you so much, my friend. There are about 2,000 of you in chat watching right now. We've gotten like almost 420 likes. Go figure. 422. Thank you. Um, we are under red flag right now because one of the drain covers has come loose again. It is in that it's a different drain cover in the turn 11 section. It's the same section that we had that caused the red flag yesterday. So we are right now waiting for where this red flag might end. Again, if you haven't liked or subscribed, I mean, we've got over 110K subscribers. Join the family. If you can, join the channel. That you got the beautiful green chat, a badge in front of you, and access to several special emojis that are to the channel as well. We also have a Discord server. Get the link for that, and I'm going to drop that into chat for you. It's active. It's been active all like through this this winter's break. We've been active. We've been talking. We've been shooting the things. Shooting's not the best word. Again, I'm exhausted. But we've been chatting all winter long. We've got a great humor section now. Someone posted a bingo board that is absolutely hilarious. So if those who don't know, bingo board is a 5x5. Center square is the free space. That has been labeled as Max Verstappen wins the championship, and then all the other 25 squares are the 25 races this season, basically saying Max wins said race. We have humor. The humor is good. Crash is breaking up. If I'm breaking up, guys, I apologize. There was here in the United States, one of the major services had issues. It, they were improved by the end of the day, and but I may have been affected by it. You never know. Question: what is the tire deg on the McLaren compared to the Ferrari and Red Bull? McLaren's degradation is more like Red Bull's in terms of like Ferrari is notoriously known for high tire degradation, and because Haas is basically using all the Ferrari parts, they're actually even worse than Ferrari. But so Red Bull is one of the better teams in terms of managing their tires and managing in terms of degradation. McLaren would be more in line with Red Bull. They're known to be pretty good with their tires. I don't think there's a stat for degradation that we have. That would be great if we had some way of measuring it in the way that would make sense to us. That would be a great Moneyball stat to throw out there for F1 TV to have.
What do you think there, Grash? A little bit of a 5-minute cool down for everybody out there. Plenty of time to go, and let everybody out throw some more questions.
Yeah,
so
just
review them.
Yeah. Another question just thrown in the chat: what's the opinion of Mercedes? How's the outlook that you have on them? I mean, the data basically is like, as I said before, they're not looking. They're looking like a middle of pack team instead of a top tier team. It's really what it comes down to. How many minutes do you need before to start? I mean, you mean the restart, basically, because we have started already. Those who don't know, because the session has started, the timer runs, and during practice, during a red flag, that session timer continues to run until they either do something like yesterday, basically with an hour to go, they basically said session was going to stop. Basically said, everyone go have lunch, come back in an hour. We'll pick up again. We'll add an hour to the afternoon session. Yeah, I am.
They'll
Yeah, I mean,
probably
like no
do
one's.
that again.
They'll probably do that again.
Because remember, being a closed track circuit, a dedicated track, they don't have to worry about, once again, street circuits of having to deal with the logistics. So easy peasy for them to be able to go do that. And they want to ensure that the team, and the drivers get the maximum amount of preseason testing in, because that's it. Once testing's done. Remember, Formula One's restricted heavily any testing outside of regular season so much. So that's it. This is the chance. That's why you see all those gizmos in the car. That's why you see the teams put so much effort into the different drivers and pushing to the limits, because after that, there's only a certain amount of limitations and changes, as you're aware, with the recent rules in Formula One, that you can change your car during the season. So this is very, very important.
So in chat, someone's asking, so does anyone know who uncovered the drain cover? Look, Checo apparently is the offender of drain covers this time around.
He wasn't in Vegas, but was he?
Yeah. What's interesting yesterday is that Hamilton was the one that pulled the cover off, and it was Sainz who went over it after. Yeah, and so someone in chat basically
as well voided it, didn't he?
Daniel Ricciardo voided it, but essentially what we got in chat was basically someone saying, "Wow, so Hamilton basically unlodged a drain cover, dropped it into the track for his future teammate to run over." Like,
wait,
those jokes are going to happen, everyone. I mean, don't just let them go. I mean, my car pulls F1 drain covers. Lol. Yeah. Potholes. I don't. Yeah. We've got a couple different views on Andretti in chat. That's kind of cool to see that different viewpoints. For the most part, most people would want to see Andretti they would want to see another team on the grid. Yeah, it's just one of those. This is a F1 politics in play. I mean, there are three major players that we're talking about. In terms of first one is the FIA, the second one is F1 management, FOM, and the third player in this is the team. And right now, this is an issue between one's Andretti and FIA versus the teams and FOM management. FOM management in this case, I know that like FOM is an American company now, but they're taking the side of the teams.
Liberty Media Group's massively huge, my friend. They have so much money; it's insane. But I mean, come on. They're the ones in the marketing course. They want the US market. US market's been massive. That's the reason why they'd be pushing for it. And of course, the Andretti Motorsports team would be fantastic. However, I do believe, in my personal opinion, it's all the other 10 teams blocking them.
I mean, it's FOM basically falling on line with the teams in this case.
Yeah, of course they will, because the teams are the ones that are going to say, blah, blah, and then that's it. No, I think, F1 Media Liberty Group have done so much, of course. I mean, you got races in Vegas. You got 3 races in the United States of America that Bernie could not even get in his time, and Bernie was trying to get in the US market. They got it.
No. Yeah, that's one of those. See, I
don't think they're going to go. We don't want Andretti Motorsports, which is one of the biggest names of motorsports in the United States of America, in Formula One.
Yeah, the problem with Eccleston is that all I know of him is that he was the previous big man of F1, and he basically got out, sold it to Liberty Media, and I didn't see him again. I'm relatively new, so I didn't. So I came in after Liberty Media had taken over F1. So all I see of this guy is this old, crusty old man who is like grumpy and disgruntled about how things have gone after he has left.
You're going to need to watch some YouTube videos and stuff of him, because he helped form a team, helped create a team and all that sort of stuff. He did a lot for Formula One. He did a lot for Formula One. And at the end of his career, is more remembered as somebody that had a lot of inspiration and changes for Formula One, but then again, he also had some downfalls. Like, he wouldn't allow drivers to do social media and stuff like that too. So there's a lot of ups and downs. But then again, he was the man that really started building the foundations of Formula One from his group. But that's another story. It's another day. But still. But Andretti are going to be in Formula One. They will be in Formula One, I guarantee you.
And basically, Liberty Media went in a very different direction. When they took over, they drove F1 in a very different direction than Eccleston would ever taken them. And because of that, it's this disgruntled old man happening with him that has surfaced. There's also then the issue of, there's the Crashgate incident, and there's another individual, and again, it is
Max Mosley. I think you're talking about as well.
Max Mosley,
that Brian just mentioned. Thank you, Brian.
So the issue basically with Max, so the issue with Crashgate is Max is dead, and so recently he's said some things that have stirred that pot back up, and he's thrown Max underneath the bus, but Max is already dead, and the bus is already backing up over him again. So he can't really defend him. It's him. It's him versus a guy who, he's basically saying, yeah, me and this dead guy, who was, we knew about it. It's like, really, we don't know for sure, because one party is no longer with us.
You got green flag out there, somebody was saying. I don't see that currently at the moment on the telemetry, but you may be correct out there.
They're not. They're still showing replays from today and yesterday.
Okay. And let's go back to. I want another subject that I don't think anybody's talked about.
I do want to address one more thing. Iggy Lote says, you talk like Americans. Andretti's not an extra for F1. Hey, Lote, I am an American. just to piss you off more. Lol, this is an American who is telling you what he thinks. And unfortunately, for me, as an American, Andretti's are they are a known entity in motorsports. They are They are legendary over here in the United States.
Well, and international. Remember, and Andretti's is the
I mean, they've done international,
gone into Formula 1.
But of the names you hear, Andretti is one of the big names. Like, there's a couple others that are related to the Indian 500, but few like Andretti across multiple, like, and NASCAR, IndyCar, kart, going back now to F1, multiple different groups. They're all over the place. They're particularly under Michael now, since he's taken over the name and the team. He's grown that organization massively, and that's one of the big things. So
You're
yeah,
right,
I mean,
like
like
Andretti is motorsports. That's it. That's simple as that. If you can't deny that the Andretti name is motorsports. It's international motorsports as well, too. Mainly in the United States, but yeah.
Luke in chat's bringing up one of the things that's been discussed. I would like to see Andretti take over one of the Philly teams, Haas, Sauber, even V-Carb, and let them show us how good they really are. Since they can use speed, they'd be at the top of F1. The problem, Luca, is they've tried that, and no one wants to sell. No one's selling.
By the way, think about Haas here for a second. Somebody mentioned that. Haas has got a lot more in Formula 1 than you see between. Haas produces and manufactures a lot of the parts with their massive manufacturing. If you don't know Haas, of course, look it up. They're a massive manufacturer of one of those printing machines, manufacturing, and
CMC,
and all that equipment behind the scenes. Every team uses Haas equipment, so Haas is still benefiting in Formula 1. Even if they're not winning races and stuff like that, they're still a key part.
And part of the issue is that, like, yeah, he's big names for you Americans. Don't get me wrong, Andretti is one of the F1 world champions, so there is history with you Europeans and other wherever you are. But ultimately, I mean, like, it's politics. It's why is Andretti not in F1? It's politics. There's no other way to describe it. And how you view the situation is where you are sitting from. I'm not saying that so I'm trying to be polite, and there is a perspective from the F1, from the F1 management and the teams, and you may be in line with that viewpoint. And there's reasons for the be of that. There is a reason to be in line with Andretti and the FIA on this one. It's one of those. It's a politic thing. It is. I'm not going to say that, like, one side is the truth or is the righteous. There is none of that. It's just you are approaching this topic from what perspective you are coming from. What bias you're bringing to the table. And again, I will fully admit I'm an American. I'm going to bring my American bias to the table on this topic. But I'm not the only one. That's not as much of a. I've seen a lot of people in the UK who have had the similar opinion to me. So
your opinion's your opinion. Everybody has their opinion. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no right or wrong to any of these answers. At the end of the day, there's questions, and then we can all talk about it. We can all debate about it because that's what we have. And speaking of Formula 1, you've got so many teams that have been in Formula 1, so many countries and manufacturers. Remember that have been in Formula 1. People like Toyotas, some say Toyota and stuff. You got to remember, you've had almost every manufacturer on the planet has been involved in Formula 1 somewhere along the line. So
except GM.
You got to just remember history across the board here.
This is the part with Andretti that's crazy, is that if Andretti had come in, they would have brought. They were bringing Cadillac along with them, and that's the GM brand, and it's the one of the big three in the United States that it hasn't taken part in F1, and that's one of those big kickers.
That's true.
Anyways, moving on.
Should we take a little 5-minute break or something like that there? So
yeah, we've got to the hour. They're still on red flag. There's no indication when they're going to get back. Engineers are working on cars because they can, but there's no one in the car. Oh, did they just take the seat out of the car?
That means they might be swapping a driver.
Yeah, it looks like they're actually going to swap a driver in the Alpine.
They did that, and remember in yesterday's session.
All right, so I'm gonna be dropping. I'm gonna be dropping. This might be the end of the night for me, everyone. Again, it is. It's 2 a.m. here. I have a meeting at 9 a.m. that I have to be somewhat awake for, unfortunately. So, again, this is Grash. I will see you guys again. Biggles will probably be still here, and then maybe others. Ryan will again. So this session's got to go through. There will be an afternoon session. They will fix the track and have that ready for the afternoon session. At the worst case scenario, Ryan will be back for that session. So, it looks like Biggles won't be doing this alone. So Biggles, I'm going to be signing off at this point and sending it back to race statistics.
Yeah, me too, my
Is there
friend.
anything?
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Grash.
anything you want to say before we end?
Can't wait for what's going to happen for the rest of the season, my friend.
Yeah. For those of you who are here, I will see you next week for FP1. It will be the Bahrain. Hopefully, we will not have another rain cover incident during FP1. Fun. So, I will see you guys next week. Enjoy the rest of the day, best you can. And then when we get back to testing, that'll be good. All right.
Can you hear me, Bryson?
I can. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, it really seems like we're in the full swing of things now. I mean, obviously, I don't want to demean other teams and their car launches and things, but it really hasn't felt like the real season hasn't started until we got, Ferrari and Mercedes and Red Bull. And I think there were some interesting developments there from Mercedes and Red Bull in particular that kind of caught my eye that I want to sort of talk to. I just finished recording a podcast earlier today as well that I talked about this a lot, but I wanted to just get some people's feel for what they thought about these changes, some of the things that they were surprised by, some of the things they may not be surprised by. But I think there's definitely a few things to talk about prior to testing starting next week. So what were some of the things that caught your eye?
In general, the one thing I think I've mentioned this before, I was so happy to see that teams are taking inspiration from each other. It's not like just one single team being copied and the rest just following suit. Ferrari took inspiration from Red Bull. Red Bull took inspiration from Ferrari and Mercedes. Mercedes took inspiration from Ferrari and Red Bull. And the circle just kept going. And every car you look at, it's different compared to what we had in 2022. Is essentially everyone is just trying to copy Red Bull. 2023, everyone was trying to copy Red Bull, and then you have in 2022, we show every team showed up with a different design, and now in 2023, again, everyone is showing up with their own philosophy, or more likely copying another team. It's not a bad thing; it's a good thing, and we all know the biggest talking point for the week was, I'd say, basically the Red Bull. Mercedes have a huge hill to climb. They are the last of the teams to join this concept and build an entirely new car on this concept with the side pods and build a chassis for it as well. So they have a huge learning hill to just
Yeah,
basically get used to it. But it doesn't mean it's going to be a bad car, but we don't know anything at all. I think the one team that is being ignored a lot in this whole conversation would be the McLaren, but the most team looked at the moment is the Red Bull.
no, there's definitely talking points to have on each of these things. But one thing I will say is there's this weird kind of mythology of the way engineering works in race cars. People seem to believe falsely that good ideas come from good teams and bad ideas come from bad teams, and the direction of information transfer is only one way. It's only from good teams to bad teams. They're always only copying the fastest cars. But the reality is that there are smart people up and down the grid, and there are good ideas up and down the grid. I think, again, the execution may not be perfect, or there may be other features of a car that take away the advantage of one particular thing that's actually innovative. But that's the first thing I wanted to say right off the bat is that all teams are looking at all other teams, and good ideas can come from anywhere. And Red Bull has been very upfront about that. They made some changes to their diffuser geometry based on some things that they saw at Williams previously. I mean, this is something that I think we should be more open about. I think it's something that we should, be comfortable with, the idea that smart ideas can come from anywhere. And yes, it is true that in general, the convergence that we were seeing in terms of most of the side pod designs were akin to like an RB19-esque type of side pod. But even there's variations, especially in the inlets. We've seen so many variations in the inlet. And we haven't even talked about Alpine's inlet. That's probably the closest one to what Mercedes had, but there are some slight differences there as well. So there's still room for improvement. There's still room for technical innovation. But of course, the elephant in the room was Red Bull and their unusual decision to take design inspiration from Mercedes in particular. I thought that they may have looked more at Aston Martin or maybe McLaren in terms of adding a water slide to the side pods. As far as I can tell, they haven't added water slides to the side pods. What they instead did was really look at the engine cover and look at the deep sort of gullies in the engine cover that were most characteristic of Mercedes. That's the thing that really kind of surprised me. But if they can make it work, then I'm all for that. And it sounds like from reporting today that they're going to go even more in that direction after the Japan upgrade. So it's a very interesting time to to look at some of the F1 things. I saw you dropped for a second, Ahmed. If you had a response to that, you can go ahead and talk. Otherwise, I'll get Clinton in here.
I'll let Clinton in.
Sure. Okay. How's it going, Clinton?
Bryson, fantastic. I love your spaces. Thank you for bringing me into it and allowing me to be a part of it. I just have a follow-up question or maybe a repeat in regards to the comment that you just made just recently here. And that's the idea that teams are picking ideas or using ideas from other teams. I agree with that, but isn't there a more fundamental worry or concern? And so let me say this: if we look at the deep gully design that Mercedes had, that you're just touching on, obviously everybody knows that Mercedes came to the game with that. But then, if Mercedes abandoned that idea, is that because the idea from Mercedes' perspective doesn't work, or is that from Mercedes' perspective that they don't understand that idea, right? And so, um, like I think of the ground effects, like just the floors in general and the Venturi tunnels. Like if we look at the 2018 season, it was very clear to me, anyways, that there were certain teams that really had no understanding of ground effects. And so, is it a matter of teams picking ideas from other teams, or is it a matter of teams understanding the ideas of other teams?
Well, yeah, I mean, in order to understand something, you kind of have to look at the thing you're understanding. I mean, we've all seen how how Adrian Newey will walk around the grid before a race with his notebook, and he's taking notes. He's looking at things, and I know we all make these, I can fix her jokes, but in reality, I mean, that really is something that happens. You were mentioning 2018. I mean, people don't realize that Haas is a team that is often kind of talked about as the backmarker of the grid, but they have some innovative solutions as well there. Back in the old set of regulations, there's a set of guide vanes that we used to call like the blinds guide vanes or the vane curtains that were just next to the outwash part of the barge boards. And that was something that was characteristically different than what Ferrari and other teams were doing, with just one big vertical surface there to try to catch the air that's coming around the side of the inlet of the side pod. And Haas had a design that produced downforce instead of just lateral forces. And eventually, all the teams in the grid had it. By the end of 2021, every single team had it. So it's just one of those things where, you can definitely have ideas come from different places. Now, regarding whether or not an idea works or not, or whether or not a team understands it, it really is a question of, do you understand it enough to get it to work, right? And do the other components of your car match within a coherent concept that could allow it to work? Say, for example, you have like a zero pod philosophy for your side pods, and that works together with the way your floor is intending to run. But for whatever reason, your car has a baseline drag problem, right? If your car has a baseline drag problem, that's going to eat into your aerodynamic efficiency, even if the downforce level was pretty good. One thing we know about Red Bull is they have a drag benefit, they have a drag advantage over other cars. And so maybe in their analysis and their scaling of weighting factors for various things, they say, hey, listen, we have a drag benefit inherently anyway. Maybe we can afford to try some things that other teams can't have. And that actually allows them to have a net benefit. Not to mention, we know Red Bull has the best suspension on the grid. There's no question in my mind about that. They were the first ones to really start pursuing the anti-dive, anti-squat geometry of the upper wishbone. There's a reason why they have pull rod front suspension and push rod rear. I think there could be some elements of Red Bull's inherent design philosophy that could allow some designs to work for them that they wouldn't work for other teams. I'm not saying it's going to work, and it's bold for them to even try it, but I'm not saying they're going to be unsuccessful. That's what I'm saying. Peter, please go ahead, and then we'll cycle around again.
Yeah, just to piggyback on that, just because Mercedes couldn't make something work doesn't mean it doesn't work. My favorite example going back is actually outside of F1. If you go back to the Can-Am days and that era of sports car racing back in the late 60s, early 70s, Chaparral came out with the 2J. And the 2J is infamously known as the fan car. It had very little in terms of ground effects. They made mechanical downforce by essentially having a couple, I think, lawnmower engines operating fans at the back of the car that helped suck the car down to the ground. Um, it it was great for qualifying. It was not reliable for racing. So you could get like a super fast qualifying lap, but you couldn't make it race. Um, so yeah,
It's a
didn't
Ferrari, basically.
Chaparral didn't win. I think they won only one race with that car, but they still the sanctioning body still banned it because we're not going to wait around for anybody to make this work. Applying this to what everybody's doing in Formula One right now, yeah, you can borrow ideas from other manufacturers, other constructors. That doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to make it work, but hey, you might also strike gold and find out that oh, well, they couldn't make it work, but we did find a way to make it work. And just a reminder, nobody's going to know that until 2 weeks from now. They're not even going to know that next weekend with testing. It's 2 weeks when they're having a race. We'll see who has the early ideas.
Yeah, I really like this idea, and I also like to emphasize that Formula One in general, and then the aerodynamics part of it specifically, sometimes you have significant changes in performance due to subtle changes in geometry that we can't even see. You're talking about tenths of a degree being the difference between a flow being attached and a flow separating. Just because a team adopts, say, for example, a zero pod style side pod, for example, the fine details of that design and how they're actually making it work could be enough of a difference to make it work versus something else not working. It's one of those things where it's not enough to know the general concept of something, it's the execution of it that has a huge impact on how successful it is. I'll get Baraka and then Clinton again.
Yeah, first off, it's been a minute, Bryson, since we last spoke on the space. But my general question is going back to the whole zero pod concept that Red Bull tried to hide during their unveiling, but everyone kind of picked it up. But also, what I noticed that it was the floor looked pretty basic. So I was wondering, do you think the floor, whatever floor that they came up with, compared to like Mercedes and how they couldn't really figure that out to the point they had to change the entire concept to at least make that car perform much better? Do you think the floor will play whatever new we came up with will play a major part in having this concept come to fruition?
Yeah, I think we can answer part of that right now. We know that that floor is 100% fake, right? We know that that was almost a pure show car floor, especially look at the details of the floor edge. We don't have to worry about wondering whether or not that particular, floor was real. It definitely wasn't. So I'm fully expecting to see something else in Bahrain. What I will say, however, is again, we're talking about zero pod in kind of a loose terms. I want to be very precise in the language that we use just so that we don't confuse ourselves. I haven't seen anything on the RB20 as it currently exists, either in renders or in the pictures we saw from the launch, that's really zero pod esque. We need to differentiate between the way the inlet looks for wherever it's going to go, and there may even be two inlets. We'll have to figure that out. But the way an inlet looks for a cooling flow and the way the side pod itself looks. Yes, there's certainly a vertical orientation, high aspect ratio inlet near the chassis, close to the chassis underneath the side pod. But the side pod itself actually is downsloping, has a deep undercut, just like we've seen in their previous designs. So we really can't talk about Red Bull doing a zero pod style side pod yet because they haven't really done it. They have some interesting inlet designs, but the side pod geometry itself is still going to be kind of the same. The other thing I guess I could say about their design philosophy and how all these things are working is yes, they've shown us some parts of their real car, and yes, we expect some parts of it to be different, but there's a difference between this is why I asked the question yesterday. You guys may have seen. There's a difference between hiding a part of your car, which is to say, not allowing someone to see it. There's a difference between that and deliberately misrepresenting what the real geometry is, right? Like there's a difference between, yes, putting a fake floor on something that everyone can understand is just not really going to be the real floor versus like entirely fake bodywork, fake inlets, fake so your aspects of the side pod, fake vents, and that kind of thing. I feel like much of the outer mold line of the car is going to be the same in Bahrain, but we'll see what it actually ends up being. Clinton and then AC.
Bryson, two
What it actually
questions
ends
for
up
you. So the
being.
first question is, first I agree with your idea that it may not necessarily be the zero pod the way that everyone is talking about it as. So I guess my first question is, the 2022 Williams FW44 was also a kind of a podless design or kind of a zero pod design. Do you think there's a possibility that the RB20 may incorporate that type of design if they unveil a different car here? And then the second part to my question is, if they do go ahead and do that, do you foresee the other teams, Mercedes and everyone else, kind of in a panic and spending the rest of the season trying to figure out some sort of a podless or minimal pod type design?
I think I'll handle that in reverse order. I think the answer to the second question is no. Part of the motivation for why I think Red Bull has gone so aggressive in their design is precisely because they're not going to develop their car a huge amount this year, or develop it a huge amount specifically next year, because next year is the year before the new regulations. And I think whatever car shows up this time next year, I believe is going to be, the car for the rest of the year, because they're going to spend 80%, 90% of their resources on preparing for the new regulations in 2026. So I think one of the reasons why Red Bull has chosen to be so aggressive and not conservative with their car design this year is that they have a very good base for next year, and then they just don't have to touch it again. And by the same token, every other team, as much as they'd love to chase performance and new ideas, and copy whatever happens to be working at the time, they too have to prepare for 2026. The impending pressure of that regulation change is going to limit how reactive teams can be to new ideas that they see. I'm not saying there's not gonna be some people that will make changes. I'm sure there will be, but we can't forget that at the end of the day, teams are trying to position themselves in a way that will set them up nicely in 2026. I mean, Lewis Hamilton is kind of doing the same thing in terms of being a driver, getting embedded in a new team a year early to be ready for 2026 when it happens. So, I mean, these things are kind of happening in parallel. As far as the Williams design, again, this is the spec launch for the Williams FW44. I agree that had a very, very tiny side pod. It shrunk almost into non-existence by the mid floor there. It was definitely more downwashing than the launch spec W13. So I'm not sure that it would still broadly be classified as a zero pod type of design. But even Williams, by the midpoint of the season, they could not make that work, right? They went to a more traditional style, Red Bull style side pod, wider, downwashing, because they seem to have that work for them. It may be the case that the type of design Red Bull has had up until this point, maybe it doesn't give you the absolute maximum downforce that another design would give you, but it's more reliable, it's more repeatable. The drivers can find the limit more consistently, and that may be worth enough lap time in itself. So I don't know what Red Bull will come up with, but I have a high degree of confidence in their tools and their methods and their engineers. And if they think they can make this thing work, yes, that would be a very impressive feat to take something that someone else did that didn't work and actually make it work. But the downside is the risk is it could be their own undoing. It could be flying too close to the sun, which would be quite an interesting development. AC, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, thank you. So what I think that will happen is that first of all, as you said in the renders, with it's probably a bunch of fake body parts, and let's see if that actually translates to what they're gonna bring up in Bahrain. And the reports say that they are gonna just run this for the first three races, and
Hmm.
then they'll switch the concept because of the weather. And I think that they realized that with the W14 that it's actually a challenge to cool the engine and the internals with that type of side pods. I don't know much about aerodynamics and stuff more than that render of the cow that is the most aerodynamic animal there is. But what I think is that the upper lip that they put in on top of the side, but maybe that is the solution that will bring up the that serial pod concept to life. But as you said, we'll have to wait and see until the actual races if this is actually the concept that they are gonna be going to, or if they are just trying to make people, uh, fool people with the actual content that they're gonna bring for the races.
Yeah, and a good point that you mentioned. I mean, this kind of harkens back to what Mercedes did in 2022, where I'm going to argue that they did deliberately misrepresent what their side pod design was going to be as a way to, lead people astray. One of the reasons why I think Red Bull can't do that this year is because there's only one set of testing days. It's 3 days. Remember, back in 2022, we had two separate tests. We had one in Barcelona and then one in Bahrain. So there was a natural opportunity to use, an opportunity to just like fake body work or fake some other part of the design, but you really had to kind of get down to business in that second test. There's only one test this year. So it limits the opportunities for, deception and, wild things that they're doing. That being said, parts will be flown out there over the course of the test. I remember even in 2022, they had one side pod design Red Bull had for the first 2 days, and then a different side pod design slightly, for the third day, that little cut in the upper part of the side pod. So there will be changes as time goes on. We'll learn more about this, and of course, the race spec car is going to be different than the test spec car for various reasons. But yeah, cooling is an interesting question because yes, we think about it in terms of aerodynamic drag, and the more cooling you have, the more drag you have. But also the amount of cooling that you have impacts the how hot you can run the engine and how much power you can get out of it as well. So if you can do certain things with your design that allow you to get away with less cooling, but still have that, performance, that thermal benefit for cooling the engine, I mean, we'll have to figure it out. I mean, Red Bull has had some tiny, tiny inlets for their side pods, and I think part of it is the visual aspect of it. Like, is the actual opening bigger than it seems, just because it opens up as you go downstream, and a few other related factors. But I have to believe they have some cutting edge, advanced heat exchanger technology in their team to be able to use the mass flow rate that they have for cooling and still be able to run their engines as hard as they do. I think one day, maybe years from now, we'll find out about some crazy 3D printed, additive manufacturer, heat exchangers and intercoolers that we haven't even thought of yet. So it could be interesting. I'll get Ahmed and then Baraka.
Um, Honestly, Bryson, I want to send us a little bit back to, I wouldn't say a throwback, but just back to 2020 and 2021. If we've watched those cars, they had a very tiny inlet. And I don't know if anyone ever paid attention to that. And I understand with this new regulations, everyone's focusing on their designs on the side pods, the inlets, and all that stuff because, surprise, the barge boards are gone. Now you have to work with the floor and the airflow that's coming around the car. So, do we think now that the teams are going with different designs, and especially as you mentioned, going for the tiny inlet, it might increase the drag. But then again, if you're gonna reduce it, then you might have a heating problem. Do we see
Yeah,
Red Bull probably at some stage? Do we see Red Bull at some stage at the season? I'm not saying they're gonna be so bad for them that they're gonna be behind. Obviously, that's not what I see how I see it. But do you think they might face some challenges and problems when they come to reveal the actual car and do a proper 3 days testing with it?
And I thought they were going to have problems in Hungary last year. When I saw their cooling setup last year in Hungary, I was like, "There's no way you guys are gonna run that without having problems," but they did, right? So obviously they have a good handle on it. They believe that the changes that they've made are a net benefit. And again, we haven't even, just to circle back to this, we haven't even confirmed exactly what their cooling configuration is. Yes, there's an inlet to somewhere, a vertical high aspect ratio inlet there that we saw in pictures, but there also seems to be a very small horizontal inlet right underneath the overbite as well, of the side pod. So we don't know where all the flows are going yet, and we know that things are going to be misrepresented to an extent. So let's just wait and see what we get in Bahrain, and then we'll make a discussion there. There are a few people that have requested to speak, and I want to get new people first, and then we'll circle back to the others. So let's do Sean, then Clinton, then Baraka is the list that I have, and then we'll get some others too. But go ahead.
Thanks, Bryson. How are you? How's everyone?
Very good, very good.
Good. You guys looking forward to the start of the new season? Then are you?
I think the thing that excites me the most is that teams haven't really been conservative. I've seen so much more variation in these car launches than I was
Yeah.
expecting to see. So yeah, I mean, let's see how it goes.
Sure. Yeah. And I was just listening to you then, talking about Red Bull. I think they will have something up their sleeves. I know people are ready to laugh already in terms of the no side port concept the Mac failed with. I think people need to realize something. It wasn't the side post that failed. The data they were getting in the wind tunnel and obviously what was happening on the track was just two different things for the team. So it may actually work for Red Bull. Who knows? It'll be funny though to see them making it work and winning the title. Which you know you have to put them out there as the favorites, surely.
Yeah, I think that they have a good chance of getting it right, to be honest. I mean, we haven't seen Red Bull make a major design error in this regulation set yet, have
Exactly.
we? I mean, they
Yeah.
have made some changes that have been kind of interesting, but they seem to have hit with all of them. I think
Yeah.
that one of the biggest differentiating factors is the suspension design.
Yeah.
I know we talk about suspension and how it's a mechanical thing and you can provide grip and manage the load of the contact patch and maximize grip and all that, but it also is a huge factor in terms of just stability of the aerodynamic platform. And I
Yeah.
think this is something that we're not really focusing enough on, because even if you have a questionable floor that like separates the flow and would normally be prone to porpoising, if your suspension can handle it, it's not a problem, right? If your suspension can handle a floor that has intermittent flow separation, you can still run your car low to the ground and not have huge problems. Whereas
Yeah.
if you're another team where your suspension can't possibly handle that kind of flow situation,
Yeah.
suddenly you have to run the car much higher than you were intending on running it, and you lose so much downforce. So,
Yeah.
we'll see how they do. We'll see how they do.
Sure. Yeah, and I don't know if it's a shame to say this, but I'm a Mac fan, soon to be a Ferrari fan, because I'll be moving with Lewis. I don't know if there's some of you out here who's going to, join that, crew, so to speak. Thank you.
Good, good. I think the order I have is Baraka, Clinton, Ahmed, and Anchor maybe there, but maybe Anchor before Ahmed. But let's just go with that for now. I'm gonna have to like write this down now so I can get the order right. But we'll do Baraka first, and then we'll just cycle through. It's fine.
Yeah. So my other question I wanted to get your thoughts on is like when you look at the different varieties of cars that have been unveiled, but you start kind of notice both that they're copying sort of like the Red Bull route of last year, but then you look over to Red Bull and they say, you know what? Is it the unveil? Is it them admitting? And of course, the report today of like they're pushing more towards a zero side pod after like going into the Japanese Grand Prix. Which, first off, I completely forgot this time is going to be this early into the season, so I have
Yeah,
to get
everybody
mentally.
forgot. Everybody forgot.
so I have to mentally get used to that. But is it the unveil yesterday? Is it them admitting that they have reached the max potential of that design and it's just up to everyone else to at least try to catch up? Or is it like what it was rumored is like this is probably just going to be an evolution and it's not going to be far off from what they normally done?
No, I think it definitely does not qualify as an evolution. I think we're way past that. I understand what the comments that were made earlier on in the season were before the cars revealed, saying it would be an evolution. But if you physically look at it, it's far more of a departure from that, and it could entirely be caused by them thinking they have reached the development potential of their existing concept that they can't figure out a way to make that faster. So maybe the way to make the car faster is to go back and look at what everyone else has done and try to rework that in a way that works for them. And as I said, there's more than one way to design a zero pod, just like there's more than one way to design a regular side pod. I mean, just because like Alfa Romeo and Mercedes have like an undercut, downwashing wide side pod doesn't mean they're the same in the fine details. And that could be a performance differentiator too. So this is something you have to keep in mind, is that it's more than just a general idea of something that results in performance. It's the execution of it. It's the fine details. It's very, very important. The other thing I guess I would say about this is we don't really know for sure what the other teams are going to bring to Bahrain, but I actually have seen a good amount of variation. Yes, we're saying teams are doing more Red Bull type things, but as far as the inlet designs, I mean, Ferrari took an undercut inlet or an underbite inlet, tried that for the first time. That's more extreme than Red Bull had when they were doing theirs. McLaren switched to a slight overbite, and they have an extended wing there as well. It's almost like a hammerhead shape, which is kind of cool the way it's mounted. And then Red Bull is reversing their inlets from underbite to overbite. So there's just so much going on in that particular area. I mentioned Alpine before. Mercedes' inlet is also really, really interesting in the way it's actually designed. What's kind of funny to me about Mercedes inlet and Alpines is that coming from like the aviation side, we're always worried about like ingesting boundary layers into the engine. Like you don't want low energy, low stagnation pressure flow going into your engine because it robs it of thrust. So typically what you'll do is you will offset the inlet of the engine off of the side of the body just to give it some space for that boundary layer to go somewhere. That's like not what they do in F1. I've noticed that more and more. Mercedes hasn't done it, and maybe Alpine has kind of done it, where they'll just have that inlet go all the way attached directly to the side of the monocoque, and there's no offset or gap there to sort of split away that boundary layer flow near the surface and prevent it from going in the radiator. Maybe it doesn't affect performance as much for them, but yeah, that's something that I think about a lot. I think we had Clinton, Anchor, and then Ahmed is the order that I have. And if you don't agree with that, we can fight about it. But that's that's
Hey,
the order that I have.
Bryson, I know I've already spoken. I'm happy to let Anchor go if that's okay, because I don't think Anchor's had an opportunity yet.
I think they have, but if you're seeding it, then they can go. So we'll do Anchor, Clinton, then Ahmed.
No, I didn't. I appreciate you, Clinton.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, it's all good though. Yeah, basically, I heard you guys speaking about the Red Bull and this potential of like a cooling issue or anything like that. And coming from my more of like a power unit side, more of an engine guy instead of more less aerodynamics. I believe that they would be able to pull off something like more like a zero side pod thing and not have to worry about like cooling, because we all saw how reliable they were with that, with the Red Bull powertrain, Honda, whatever you want to call it nowadays. How
Oh,
reliable that
I'm
package
calling it
was.
Honda. I'm calling it Honda, and I'm gonna call it Honda until Red Bull Powertrains physically makes the engine. Right now, those engines are designed in Sakura, made in Sakura, serviced by Honda. I'm calling them Honda. That's
All right, let's
that's where
call
I
it
land
Honda
on that.
until they call it Ford at that point. I'm not even going to call it Red Bull Powertrains or call it Ford at that point. But
Yeah.
I feel like they would be able to pull off such a thing where, people have already mentioned that, they might have, seen the peak of these regulations. And I feel like this is a new challenge for Nui. It's essentially taking what was, consistent, P8 to P5, sometimes P3, P2 car, depending on what the other cars were doing out of the W13, and taking that zero side pod design and potentially making it more of a a competitive package. Or this is probably going to be his worst car ever, from just basically saying that whatever Mercedes thought, whatever we thought, was just basically some sort of like pipe dream that's just not possible to achieve.
But it is interesting, isn't it? No matter, because again, we have to rely on reporting. We think this reporting is accurate, and we assume that it is. If it's not, then who cares? But if it is accurate, it seems like there's only two possible scenarios, and both of them are hilarious, right?
I agree.
If they actually go down a true zero pod direction and make it work, that is a great demonstration of their engineering prowess and ability to make a whole system work together and make a performing car out of a non-performing one. But on the other hand, if it doesn't work, then you're like, okay, well, you copied a slower car but slower. It's like, well, that's what you would expect to happen, right? Like there's so much intrigue in this the direction of action that it's hard to figure out what's going to actually happen. And again, we have to be clear because we know the zero pod language can be sensationalized by media because everyone's talking about it. We have to actually see what Red Bull makes. And when we see what they make, we have to then decide whether or not it really is zero pod-esque or if it's just a new variation on a different concept.
Well, real quickly, I know you've seen like those kind of like a quote unquote F duct that they had on top of their on top of like the cone or something like that. I don't know if that makes any differences. I don't know if it's part of like a cooling package or way to flow air through the rest of the car or something like that. Or
I know for sure that there's one panel on the back end of the RB20 that's clearly modular, that can clearly be removed. Usually when you have panels like that can be removed, it's for cooling. So you either add cooling or remove cooling, depending on what the circuit requires. This one didn't have any vents in it at all. So I actually think it may have been deliberately there to mislead people about what the actual top surface of the side pod is. If there is a way to flow air through that and in a way that's aerodynamically advantageous, that would be where it would exit. But again, this is something that I don't really know yet. We're just gonna have to see until we see the car in more detail. I think Clinton and then Ahmed. Yeah.
Okay, Bryson. First of all, I want to say thank you for talking about aviation because aviation is actually I'm a much more a lover of airplanes, if you will, of aviation than I am of Formula One. And so you kind of stole a little bit of my thunder because you actually used the word I was going to use. You mentioned the word thrust. And what is the likelihood from your perspective that Red Bull or perhaps another F1 team would look at inlets not only as cooling opportunities, but as opportunities to generate thrust in order to have quicker acceleration or perhaps potentially higher top speeds? And I asked that as an aviation guy because I was sitting here for 5 minutes with this question, and suddenly you kind of jumped. You kind of touched on it just briefly there.
Yeah, this is actually the Meredith effect. This is something that the P51 especially used for their oil cooler underneath that essentially kind of turns it into a rudimentary ramjet. For people who don't know, there's several types of jet engines. I'll contrast turbojets and ramjets. Turbojets have turbo machinery to increase the stagnation pressure and temperature of the flow before exhausting it, outside of the back of the engine. Ramjets only rely on the motion of the aircraft to create this increase in stagnation pressure, and they add heat to it either through combustion or heat transfer and can get a higher velocity out of the back of it than was coming into the front of it, generating a net thrust. I actually had a thread on this a while ago. If I can find it, I will share it to the space. But essentially the problem that we seem to find is that the speeds are just too low. The Mach number is too low in Formula One to get a meaningful thrust out of using heat exchangers this way. This is also something that I've talked to Sam Collins about, and he also has some experience with this. I've shared my own post at the top of the space there talking about how some of these diagrams work. But essentially, yes, I mean, in principle, there is a way to use the flow through a radiator or a heat exchanger to create net thrust. It's just that the Mach number that you would need in order to actually get a meaningful thrust out of it is just way beyond what F1 cars typically operate. I think you'd have to get at least to 0.6, 0.7 Mach to have any meaningful effect, and even then, it wouldn't be enough to really help in this particular case. But I'm sure they're thinking about it. And if there's a way for them to manipulate the exit areas in a way that makes thrust, they'll do it. I just don't see a practical application of it right now. I'm going to get Ahmed, then Baraka, and then Steven is asked to speak. So, yeah.
Never thought this conversation would go from talking about F1 cars to ramjets.
Oh
And
man, that shouldn't
all the
surprise
other
you.
things.
This is the crowd, man. This is the
I
crowd
know.
that's gonna
I know.
talk
I mean,
about that.
this is it's literally what we do. But I mean, the last thing I wanna get to: do we? I mean, I know a lot of people are not paying attention to the midfield, but I think we have a very strong team coming up from the midfield. And there's two things I want to touch on. Number one, I think the feedback from Daniel Ricciardo and Yuki, they said this car handles surprisingly very well.
Hmm.
It's so predictable. Whatever they throw it, uh, if they throw it in a certain way, it behaves exactly how they expect. So when the driver has confidence in the car, the confidence just keeps building up, and they can keep pushing and pushing and pushing. So that's a serious car probably for the midfield. Could be even a threat to one of the teams in the top five. Uh, Not necessarily a threat competitor, but could be a threat in particular races. The other thing is, I've heard Newey yesterday saying that they're confident in the car because the numbers they got on the sim are exactly identical to what they got on real life during the shakedown. So there was not a single number off
Well,
to what they got on
let's
the
just
sim.
take a caveat there for 1 second, right? We know, and I know that that Dan, Engine Mode 11 made a video recently about this, of what you can do in shakedowns and how do you determine shakedown versus the filming day, and there's some different rules for regulations in that. What I will say is that there are limitations to what type of instrumentation you can actually put on a car for a shakedown versus what you could have for testing. Okay, you're not going to see a massive aero rake on a car on a shakedown. You might see a couple of tiny pitot tubes, and even that might be questionable. I know Haas got into some questions about that when they did their reveal last year. But all I'm saying about that is, even if Newey says that all of their data matches their predictions, there actually isn't that much data they can take from an aero side for the particular car in this side, apart from the loads that you would get from the suspension, and then you combine that with pitot tubes. I've been meaning to do a plot or a thread rather on pitot tubes for a long time. People keep asking me, why do we care about what the air velocity is? But you have the loads. Can't you measure the loads on the cars that can tell you the downforce? And it will. But the problem is you have to be able to differentiate between driving into a headwind, which will give you more downforce, versus the geometry of the car inherently producing more downforce, right? Like you can't do that with just wheel speed information. That's why pitot tubes are so valuable. But yeah, there's data, I'm sure, but I think that we're not going to know as much as we will know in Bahrain. I think everything we say is speculation. That's the first thing I will say. But it will be less speculation when we have more information from testing. That's all I'll say. I want to get Steven because he hasn't spoken yet. Then I'll do Baraka, then Clinton is the order that I have. So Steven or Stefan, I'm not sure how you pronounce your name.
Steven's just fine. Good morning. It's morning here on the West Coast anyway. Hi, getting back to the fellow that was talking about the aircraft technology. Questions about, I don't know where this zero pod, people see a zero pod concept anywhere in this Red Bull at all.
Yeah, I don't really see it yet either.
I don't
The
see
only
it.
thing I see is the
The
vertical
thing
inlet.
about
That's it.
where it's similar to the Mercedes is the back of the engine cover, the top and the back of the engine cover, and that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
I see that. Anyways, back to the side pods. And it's right in Newey's book too. Like the side pods themselves are, I mean, they control airflows, this, that, but they are downforce generating pieces of the car, tremendously so. And anyways, I really buy into that theory more so than the airflow. That's where the undercut comes in and all of that. And my question basically is this: is that if as you look at the side pod as an upside down wing, the top being flat, the undersurface being largely curved, and then you can see that it's actually sort of tilted like forward, if you wish, and it kind of relates to the idea of creating thrust with the Venturis in this. Is do you think you could get a forward vector, component to the downforce generated by the side pod, in that it's pushing down, but it's actually tilted forwards, so that it's actually pushing forwards. So as you hit those top speeds, especially so when the DRS is engaged, um, you know, that is the moment when you're seeing that Red Bull really push forward beyond what other cars are doing. And do you think maybe that's an area where they're maybe generating some of that speed, that the vector created of the downforce by the side pod is actually a slightly forward vector?
Yeah, the first thing I would say is it's always possible for some component of the net aerodynamic force on an object to be in the direction of motion. That's essentially what a sail is. A sail is a situation where you have motion and you actually have a component of the flow, the net aerodynamic force pouring forward as well. That's definitely something that can happen. I don't see that happening in any way with the Red Bull side pod. There's something else that you said that I have to address because it comes up all the time, and we talk about it every day, seemingly. And that was this analogy between the shape of the side pod and an aircraft wing, and the description that's more curved on one side and flat on the other side. And we can talk about generating lift that way, but that's not the way wings really generate lift. This is something that is difficult to talk about because it's so easy to say that, and it comes up so often. And when you look at a regular aircraft wing, it looks more curved on the top than on the bottom. But the reality is symmetric airfoils, symmetric wings that are the same length on top and bottom create lifts just as well as other wings. You need more angle of attack, but they create lift as well. And not only that, you can fly a wing upside down where the curved part is on the bottom and the flat part is on the top, and it will still make lift upwards if you have the right angle of attack. So
Yeah,
if there's one thing that I want to impress upon people in this discussion, because again, if we're touching upon aerodynamic topics, is wings do not make lift because they're more curved on one side versus the other. That's not the reason why they make lift. They make lift because they generate circulation around themselves that's dictated by what's happening at the trailing edge. And again, that is a whole other conversation that we can have. It's not a conversation for right now. I just want to get on the record that entire philosophy for explaining lift is fundamentally wrong. It's just like equal transit time theory, all that. It's just not the right way to approach that problem. Now, that being said, there's certain aspects of the side pod, man, Red Bull's top speed advantage is multifaceted. It comes from a number of areas. Probably part of it is reducing the wetted surface area as well, is one of the things that they've had historically. Perhaps a very high level of integration with the DRS flap and the beam wing working together, stalling together, aspects of the side pod, minimizing the size of the wake going around the car. There's so many ways in which that could manifest itself. I just don't have enough information to say specifically, this part of the side pod is giving them forward thrust at high speed. I don't really see that. And even if that was the case, I don't see why it would activate more at high speed versus slow speed. We don't really deal with compressibility effects too much in F1, but that's the only thing I could think of that would fundamentally change the forces that a given shape has in a given airflow. The forces change with the square of the speed, but I'm not sure if the direction is changing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I totally, or as much as it can to someone who knows as much as I do. But I mean, what you're saying is the shape thing. It's really about the distance, isn't it? That the air on one side must travel farther, therefore it must accelerate.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. No.
Yeah,
That's exactly what I'm saying is that
that's not. But even like I
the
say, that's even if
distance-based
you
arguments.
include.
Just let me just be clear about this. This distance-based arguments for explaining lift are fundamentally incorrect. Period. That's just one thing that again, there's a whole other discussion that we can have, and I can show you some wind tunnel results. We can do streak lines and path lines and streamlines. Trust me, it's not the way we should approach this problem because it's not
Why
based
is it
in
still
science.
taught that way then?
Because it's easier. it's easier for people to say something that seems true, but it's not. I want to get to the other speakers. We can definitely circle back on this later, but yeah, that's not correct. Baraka.
Yeah, just one more question. I know we've been all like focused on if it's not airplanes, is whatever Newey is cooking with that Red Bull. But I want to, I wanted to ask you is like outside of Red Bull, is there been any other teams that has released that shown their unveiled their cars, even though testing is not till like another week or and some change? Just first impressions. Has there been any other team other than Red Bull that caught your eye with like this could possibly the design that they put out could possibly work, or it could possibly be a utter crap fest, or like I want your honest opinions because I know aerodynamics is far beyond me. I was like, even though I'm an engineering major, I'm civil engineering, so that field is beyond my
But
brain capabilities. But yeah.
and here's the thing. Here's the beauty of this is that no matter what design someone puts in a car, I can promise you, someone with a PhD made a very convincing PowerPoint presentation explaining exactly why this design is going to absolutely cook, and it must go in the car instead of other designs. I mean, every team has intelligent people like this who think their design is the right one. The reality of the situation, though, is the stopwatch decides who is right and who is wrong, not how many degrees you have, not how convincing your cell is for the argument, right? So it really doesn't matter. I could sit here and say, ooh, I like this design for the Mercedes front wing. You know, we have cutaway part of the wing in the center section, a nice discontinuity and a span-wise load distribution that can generate some vorticity downstream, similar to the Y250 that can do all these things. That looks brilliant on paper, but we just can't get a good feel for the weighting factors for how important each of the other aspects are that ultimately add together or multiply together to give you car performance, right? So I can't say, yes, I love the undercut or the underbite Ferrari inlet a lot. I love the McLaren sort of hammerhead winglet that they have over their side pod, or I like the Alpine, inlet to the radiators or someone else's wing design. Those things all look cool, but we can't really know which of them is successful without data. Because again, I promise you, there are incredibly smart people at each one of these teams, and they all know their stuff. But it's just that being able to actually design a system this complicated and be able to predict how much better the performance is going to be is incredibly tough. So if I don't have the CFD and I'm not doing like a shear stress and surface stress integration over a body to like integrate that to get forces, like I'm not going to trust what my prediction is because these things are very nonlinear. I'm sure you might appreciate that. I have Clinton, Anchor, and then Ahmed raised his hand again.
Bryson, just I know we don't want to go down there, but you're 100% correct. Bernoulli's principle, throw it out into the garbage. I know everyone is taught that in school.
Let's not throw away Bernoulli's principle. Look. Let's okay. We're gonna talk about this, so we're gonna get into it. Bernoulli's principle is valid. It certainly is a connection between velocity and static pressure, no question. But you have to be able to explain the velocity in the first place.
Exactly.
Equal transit time not only does not explain the velocity differential correctly, it's not a function of angle of attack at all, which we know is wrong. And it also underpredicts the velocity delta that you should get based on a path length based argument. It doesn't work. Once again, symmetric airfoils make lift, and you can't use pure Bernoulli anything or equal transit time anything to explain that. It won't work. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm glad you said it because, like you said, it's taught in schools and people don't understand the detail around it. But yeah, so a question I have for you. So if Red Bull has been or will release some sort of a minimal pod design,
Mm-hmm.
how difficult is it from your perspective in order to examine what Williams did with the FW44 and Mercedes with the W13 as an outsider, simply examining, like, is there any useful data you think can be collected without the actual instrumentation, simply visually watching how the car is performing on the track, that kind of thing, without having access to the internal data that Williams and Mercedes would have had.
I think the most useful thing that we can get from whatever Red Bull decides to run is going to be FlowViz paint. And since Tufts seem to be making a comeback, the little bits of string that are taped to different parts of the car, since those seem to be making a comeback, if Red Bull decides to run Tufts on their side pod design, I'd love to see that too. Those will give us a very good indication of the near surface flow, the flow that's like right near the surface, but it won't give us as much of an indication of the off-body flow farther away. But it still could be incredibly useful. I mean, I'm really hoping that Red Bull gives us a nice show with their FlowViz this year, in the same way that they did last year. I remember last year when we saw their paint going right from the front of the nose, through the undercut, right down the side of the maybe you call it the G line is what people call the part underneath the undercut there, right to the back of the car. Man, everyone was just over the moon with that. So I'd love to see that kind of FlowViz paint analysis of what Red Bull eventually brings to Bahrain. I don't know if we get it or if we will get it, but I personally know some photographers that will be at Bahrain, and they have a technical bent. So I've asked them specifically to take close shots of this stuff. So hopefully we'll see it.
Just a quick follow up. Was there? Do you think Red Bull was able to collect any data from Mercedes or Williams, or do you think there's no real legitimate way for them to have done that?
No, they can. So every team will have a model of everyone else's car. They'll have estimations for things like weight distribution, power, aerodynamic downforce, aerodynamic drag. They'll have models for these things, and then there is a unique vector of all of those variables that can result in the exact lap time that they saw. Also accounting for fuel weight and power setting and that kind of a thing. So every team has a good model of what the other teams are doing, even if we can't tell from the lap times from testing. And what's interesting is even if you can't tell the fine details of like the aerodynamic flow over a body, you could probably back out what an effective drag coefficient would be or a downforce coefficient would be based on seeing someone else's car run. It's not easy. If you had direct data, that would be a lot more helpful. But no, I think there's a non-zero level of knowledge you can gain from detailed analysis of looking at someone else's car run on track. I don't mean like body language of the car and handling. I mean like the type of data that GPS data that we would get, cornering speeds and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's a wonderfully complicated sport, and this is why I love watching it. I think we have Ankur was for next, then Ahmed, and then I believe Rich is asked to join the chat. So yeah.
Yeah, my main thing is going a little bit back, not as much, aerodynamic tech wise, but going to the like liveries and how some teams chose to, go for the bare carbon fiber look for most of their car.
Mhm.
Or Alpine and the green Sauber team. I don't know what else to call it.
The green Sauber team. Yes, Sauber kick the something steak.
Kick steak. Formula One team.
Kick steak. Yeah, I mean, look,
I call
we're
it
in a
Ben 10
very
car.
we are in a very peculiar era of Formula One right now, and I imagine it's not going to be there permanently. The only thing that can save us from these god awful names is just good cars, and it seems like V Carb is a good car, so that's going to be funny. But please go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, I just named like two teams. They're specifically how they would have a lot less, paint, you can say, on their car, but they chose to, hypothetically speaking, add rotational mass onto their wheels by adding paint onto their wheel covers. What's the what do you think that teams think when they say let's just go with carbon fiber? Because even Mercedes, their car is painted black. It's not just fully carbon fiber, at least from what we've seen so far. They
Yes.
just like Alpine and Sauber, they just said, you know what, we're going to put some stickers on a bare car and call it a day. What is the thinking that they can't get like 1 or 2 extra horsepower to make up for those grams that they put on their car? What do they gain from exactly not putting more paint on their car to make their car a little bit more discernible from the rest of the grid?
Yeah, the point that you mentioned before that is actually it even goes back to the W14. We think of the W14 as being almost entirely exposed to carbon, but it's not. The engine cover was painted black as well. It had the stars on the top of it. Um, so we know that the mass effect or the weight effect in a Formula One car is roughly 0.3 of a second per lap per 10 kilograms of fuel. I know there's some argument about that and a little bit of discussion about it, but that's a good ballpark number for it. And I really don't think that best case scenario, pure carbon versus fully painted, you're not going to get more than like 5 or 6 kilograms maximum out of that, and it's probably going to be much less than that. They were looking at hundreds of grams being what they were really looking for, shaving off paint from certain areas. At the end of the day, weight that you save on a car benefits you more than adding more horsepower. You mentioned you could add more horsepower to maybe make up for the performance differential, but the thing is, adding more horsepower is not going to help you when you're braking directly. It's not going to help you when you're cornering directly. There could be indirect ways with aerodynamics, and we can talk about that. But weight hurts you everywhere. It hurts you when you're accelerating. It hurts you when you're cornering. It hurts you when you're braking. So even if you could theoretically add some performance with horsepower, the amount of additional horsepower you would need to add to make up for the performance you would get from removing a little bit of weight, it's not balanced at all. You'd have to add way more horsepower than is really viable, especially considering we only have what, 3 ICEs a season now, or maybe they put it back to 4 this year.
Yeah,
We
4.
get 4 ICEs, so they're already having reliability concerns anyway. I mean, I can understand why people want to go for these mostly exposed carbon liveries, but the irony, of course, is that the two most successful teams in the new era of regulations, Red Bull and Ferrari, have the most pain of anybody. Right? So either they just have excess performance or something else. I mean, the midfield has been so tight in the last couple of years that maybe just not painting it could be a performance differentiator. One final thing I would mention that you brought up, which is subtle but important to mention, is that there's a difference between static weight on a car and a rotating weight. So for example, if I saved like 500 grams on some regular part of the car, or I saved 500 grams by making the brake disc lighter. Making the brake disc lighter is actually going to have a bigger effect because at the end of the day, you put energy into the car and it shows up as kinetic energy. There's at least two types of kinetic energy. There's translational kinetic energy associated with speed, and then there's rotational kinetic energy associated with something that's spinning. And when you have a wheel that's rolling down the road, it's got both kinds of kinetic energy, and therefore the energy is required to get a wheel moving 50 miles an hour is greater than the energy required to get anything else with the same weight moving 50 miles an hour. Does that make sense? Because it's got two different types of energy. It's one of the reasons why when you get hit by a baseball, it hurts so much. Anyone's ever played baseball? When you get hit by a baseball, not only is it like hitting you in the chest or whatever, but like you're stopping it from spinning. That's why it also hurts as much. But anyway,
It's like
something
getting
you brought
shot.
up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's that's something you brought up that I don't get a chance to talk about that much, but because you mentioned it, it's important. The rotational inertia of a part that spins also has to factor into that weight calculation. So yes, we have a broad strokes understanding of how much lap time you'll gain by losing a certain amount of weight. But if you can happen to take that off of a rotating part, you get even more benefit than if it was just on some other part of the car. And then there's a whole other, sprung versus unsprung mass thing. That's a whole other discussion. But yeah, it's pretty interesting.
So basically, like, if they were to, hypothetically speaking, in their engine cover, magically, oh, we found, we saved 10 grams and it's still a compliant part. Would they put more paint on that specific part, saying that, oh, we found some leeway here and some weight. Can we just put some more, paint on here to say, oh, that compensates it or something, or it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
That
all the cars they do have to have a minimum weight that they have to stay above. I think it was 798 kilograms last time I checked. The one thing that I've discovered that teams tend to do if they actually build a car that's like under the weight limit, they will put weight back in the car, but they'll put it as low as possible and they'll put it as forward as possible. because that gives you mass properties benefits that helps you in vehicle dynamics. It lowers the center of gravity. So if I have two cars that have exactly the same weight, but one of them has a lower center of gravity, you want that other one because it will handle better. So typically what teams will do if they genuinely are under the weight limit, they will add weight, but they'll add weight as ballast. They'll do it at a very low vertical position and they'll move it as far forward as possible, if that makes sense. Where is Ahmed? He was next in line, but I don't see him here. So, yeah, those are the main things I want to talk about. I think the last time I had space, we were mostly talking about Lewis Hamilton and his move to Ferrari. The one thing I will say about that is it's very brave of someone to leave a team as comfortable as Lewis was in Mercedes and go into objectively someone else's team, someone who knows the team very well, who understands the handling and vehicle dynamics of their car, and has all of the momentum built up for them to go into their team, after being in another team for so long. I mean, I think it's going to be very tough for Lewis in the first season with Ferrari. But here's Lewis Hamilton, so who knows what he's capable of? We'll find out together, I suppose. Were there any other main questions? Someone can definitely come up and talk if you have a question. I probably will go at latest 12:30 my time, so it's about 20 minutes from now, or roughly. But we can definitely talk about a few other things before finishing off if you have a question.
Could I ask a question if that's all right?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, quick question. One, the simple question is, say for example, if the RB20 pulls like the 2003 McLaren, I think it was, what was it, the MP418, where it never like leaves testing, I think. Like, say for whatever reason, if they can't use the car, do the rules? Because I understand with Mercedes in the past couple of years, they couldn't build new chassis because of like the constraints of the regulations and like homologating a new chassis. uh, would Red Bull be able can teams just use a previous year's car and go from, like, say they're Abu Dhabi RB19 and go from there, or does that need to be rehomologated?
I know that the FIA is in constant contact with the teams about what their cars are going to look like prior to them coming into existence and being tested. Usually, and certainly from a safety perspective, the car should be fine. Usually, if there's some kind of problem or a complaint brought by another team, it's usually like an aero thing, or it's like a way in which they're interpreting the aero regulations. And you can change the aerodynamic features of a car relatively easily compared to like a huge structural thing. Like we were talking about Mercedes last year not being able to move their upper side impact structure, the crash structure, because the car is already homologated, and there's safety implications to moving that without having other testing. So I don't think we're going to find ourselves in a situation where the FIA would tell Red Bull they're not able to race the RB20. It certainly has passed all the crash tests now, if the reporting is to be believed. And I don't think there's anything that I've seen thus far that teams are saying, no, we can't have that. It's breaking some sort of regulation. I'm sure there are going to be complaints like that. I know there's going to be complaints about Mercedes' front wing. I'm certain of that because that front wing will produce a Y250 like vortex, given the way that it's designed. It will increase the outwash of the car. It will make it harder to follow. And we know the FIA has clamped down on that in the past. So I'm definitely expecting some criticisms of it, but I don't think anything that would stop a car from running. I haven't seen anything like that.
Okay. And lastly, like, my last question would be, because we've seen with the launches of, like, specifically the Ferrari and the new McLaren, it seems like they've kind of talked about focusing on like drivability and trying to get towards developing, like, say, the way they use their tires more efficiently and things like that. And I'm wondering, because I can understand from a power unit perspective, like, say, like changing things with the electrical mapping, different things you do with the PU, with like how you deploy your hybrid, how you can possibly make the car more drivable or encourage less wheel spin in high speed or out of corners.
Mm-hmm.
But what are the things that we should look for during testing and going through the seasons on terms of like aerodynamic developments? Should we look for teams that are trying to, like, say, oh, this bit that they're trying to do with their car here, might have an effect with tire wear or drivability in that sense.
Yeah, I think so. Speaking of the question of maintaining traction on the exit of corners in the hybrid deployment, that was actually one of Ferrari's biggest breakthroughs last season. I think it was around Monza time when they had finished like an audit of all the things that were contributing to their high tire wear. And obviously there's aerodynamics and there's other things in the suspension layer and everything. But one of the things they found was their strategy for hybrid deployment was overstressing the tires on corner exits, and they were able to preserve their tires much better later on in the season, precisely because they redefined that hybrid deployment, that kind of thing that you were mentioning. But on the aero side, I'm really not sure. I mean, F1 engineers always seem to have the capacity to surprise me and everyone else. They always seem to find something that everyone else missed. I mean, we are seeing some ideas being revisited and some ideas being transferred from team to team, but you learn things after 3 years that maybe you haven't learned over 2 years or 2.5 years. Maybe you think of something you hadn't really thought of before. I mean, one of the things I find really interesting was the saga of the aerodynamic slot gap separators. If you remember that from Mercedes, they brought it to Austin in 2022. I was actually lucky enough to like stand next to the wing because I got to go see the car on I think it was Thursday. I actually got to see that wing. And what's interesting is that like Mercedes made that design, generating outwash in the front wing. They never raced it because FAA was kind of giving them trouble about it. Then Ferrari brought it to their car the next year, and they used it the entire year. And Mercedes didn't use it at all. And now, if you look at Ferrari's front wing, now they're not using it again. So it's like people can't decide what they want. I mean, they clearly thought that things had a benefit, and then they think that the time is better spent at some other part of the car.
Were there separators, those like little black things on the front wing that kind of look like rubber knobs if you weren't paying attention, that were like kind of like interspaced across the front wing?
Yeah, I will show you. I will pin one of my posts from earlier.
Because I think I remember what you're talking about, but I'm not sure. I think it might have been like something that looks like
they look like small winglets that are in a vertical orientation, and they are spaced between the upper element of the flap and the one right next to it.
Okay.
I will show you the Ferrari version first, and if I can find my own, I'll share that too. But it's basically 4 or 5 vertical elements near the top of the front wing that are outwashing vanes, is how I would describe them. And again, and Haas tried it too last year, by the way. They also had them. But that's a separate story. Yeah, I'll send you a picture of the Haas as well, so it's more obvious what I'm talking about. But no, I'm not sure what the next big thing is going to be. We've seen some really weird suspension geometries from some teams. Have you seen the Aston Martin's front suspension and the suspension arm of their upper wishbone, the forward one?
I've only seen the rear because to be honest, I was just trying to see what Mercedes was going to do, and Aston get their rear suspension from Merc, if I'm not mistaken. So I was trying to see what Merc was doing.
Yes, well, that was interesting too. That going from a pull rod to a push rod is definitely something that's going to have consequences for both of those teams. But what was interesting about Aston Martin is the arm of their front upper wishbone is not straight. It's got like a kink in it at 50% span or 65% span or whatever it is. So there's some really interesting things going on there. At this point, I'm not even convinced it's for mechanical reasons. I actually think it might be more for aerodynamic reasons. And this is something that F1 is so difficult to understand because it's so multivariate. When you talk about the position of a wishbone arm, like, Red Bull has, pull rod front suspension, and you kind of ask yourself, like, okay, is the benefit of that rod being there purely like mechanical in the sense that it's helping manage the load and the contact on the contact patches, or is it aerodynamic from the point of view of it's clearing a path for clean air to go from one location to another one following a certain trajectory, or is it that the mechanical like platform stability that comes from that is helping the floor work better from an aerodynamic point of view? So it's like there's all kinds of ways in which a certain design could benefit the car, and some of them are like a little ambiguous and difficult to, I don't know, disentangle from the outside. But it's all cool stuff. It's all really interesting. Again, the cars that we saw, For launches, they are not going to be the same as the cars for testing, and the testing cars are not going to be exactly the same as the race cars for Bahrain. But that being said, I think the kernel of each car is there. The underlying principles of what they're attempting to do, I think, is broadly conveyed by what they've shown, although there will be some detail changes down the line as well. So yeah, Steven, I think you had something, or did Rich? Did you want to go first? I think you were first.
Oh, I just spoke. I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, Steven.
Yes, about the Lewis move to Ferrari. One of the really interesting things about that is that we're actually going to see him drive two completely different cars at Ferrari. So hopefully,
Mhm.
they give him the last generation of this car is something that's working good. And I mean, there was several times last season that Ferrari was arguably the fastest car. So that's exciting. And Fred Vasseur has just done an amazing job how he cobbled that team together last year. And now we'll actually get to see what he does with the car this year. But another, like they talk about the motivation for Lewis to move there. I mean, don't overlook the fact that, I mean, the rumor is that his salary is over $100 million, and that's one record that if he retires with that salary, he will have over Verstappen, and I don't think that's to be overlooked. That the fact that he did it, for many reasons, but $100 million isn't something to sneeze at. That's for
If
sure.
yeah, I mean, I'm not sure who the group of people is that care a whole lot about who's making more money or not. But if that's something that they enjoy, I'm happy for them. If I was Lewis Hamilton and I was thinking about some of the initiatives that he's trying to embody and try to put weight behind, especially with diversity and inclusion and making sure people are represented in the sport that they love. Ferrari is an area that historically has been kind of the antithesis of that, right? We have not.
Absolutely.
If I think about the team, and again, it's not a slight on Ferrari, but just historically, if I think about a team that has the least amount of representation from different demographics, it would be Ferrari. It would be an incredible opportunity to expand the share of everyone's interest in motorsport in a place where they haven't historically done it. Going to Ferrari gives that opportunity where other places it may not. Again, I can't speak for Lewis's motivations or what he's into, or maybe just wanting to finish his career in red. There are a whole host of reasons why he might have done the move that he made, but I'm very excited to see how it actually turns out for precisely the reason that you mentioned. He's going to be there for a year ahead of time and can really get comfortable with the team and the engineers and the simulators, and then have a solid crack at the next season after that. So I'm very excited about that proposition.
I think he's
And
got a solid crack
yeah,
next year too. Like I say, the last generation of this car, Ferrari is in with a chance just as much as
it's going to
anyone.
be tough. I think we should recognize as a community how difficult that actually is going to be to walk into someone else's team. And Lewis is great, but he's not like infinitely like young. I mean, at some point he will start to lose some pace. And so to join a team at this stage in your career, it really is something that I'm very impressed by. So I'll leave it at that. I think we have one or two more speakers that I might want to get through. Um, Honor Rat, I want to say, just joined Hawk GP.
Hey,
Please go ahead.
hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks again, Bryson. I just joined at the tail end of this conference here, but quick question about Ferrari while we're at it, while we're talking about them in terms of the rear suspension being pull rod or still versus the rest of the field having a
Hmm.
push rod. What's your understanding of how that's a compromise and that could be something that makes this season quite difficult for them if it ends up being that that's not the right direction to be in.
I mean, their argument seems to be they know what the performance differentiators are for their system, and they are happy with going with a pull rod still. They think that they are not losing lap time because of it. Now, empirically, if every other team on the grid, apart from Haas, but Haas gets their suspension from Ferrari, if every other team has now switched to push rod, You have to take that into consideration, regardless of what you think you know about your car. The fact of the matter is that something's happening among the grid of the cars in the grid that makes them believe they can get more performance out of the car, or perhaps more consistent performance out of a pushrod suspension design. It just may be a question of how much they can change within a season too. We're in a cost cap era. There are limitations to how dramatically you can change your car, and suspension layout is a big deal because your rear.
Radio check, radio check. Check the radio and radio the check. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Hey, Leolm. Hello, guys. Hello, everybody. How are you doing, Arrow Productions? Welcome back to the Racing Statistics YouTube channel for pre-season testing, day 3, session 2. This is the last day, the last session of testing. My name, as always, of course, is Ryan from the Ryan F1 YouTube channel, and yes, I will be your host for today. Not a lot has happened. The morning session, it's been a pretty quiet test all around. We're gonna get to see a lot of the people that we didn't get to see in the previous 2 days because of the scheduling. We're gonna get to see, well, Piastri is the only driver out on track right now, and then I have Verstappen, Sargent, Gasly, Alonso, Leclerc, Tsunoda, Zhou, Hülkenberg, and Russell, which is different. Hey Paula, hey Alwax Manus, hey Yento, hello guys, how are you doing? Anti-Thierry, hello, hi Martina. Finally not repeated audio. Hi Peter, how are you? I'm real, I'm live. Just as an FYI, we're gonna go through the times set in the first session of today. You know, just to inform everyone, because I know the questions will be piling up about this topic pretty shortly. Well, Sainz has set the fastest time so far in the C3 tires, same as Sergio Perez. Then it's Lewis Hamilton in third place with the C5. The first time I've seen a C5 time set in this test, actually, in the whole 3 days. So yeah, the C5 tire, the softest tire compound that there is available. Haven't seen it really. So yeah, it's different at least. And it's Stroll, Norris, Albon, Magnussen, Ocon, and Bottas all on the C3. And then Ricciardo and Piastri C1s for those two. Piastri is out on track right now. Just setting times. Yeah, C1 means it's gonna be a long run probably. Just improved a little bit on his time there. Piastri 7.087 seconds off Carlos Sainz's time, which is a 1:31.247. He has 4 hours to try a fast lap. Yes, we have a little bit over 4 hours of testing to go. So yeah, we're gonna do the same as yesterday. I'm gonna be here for the first hour of this second test of the day, and then I'll go away, and then I'll come back for the final hour. And yeah, recap everything that's been happening today so far and during the test, because, well, next time we see each other will be for, I don't actually think it'll be for qualifying because it's on a Friday. Yeah, I'm gonna be working on qualifying, so I won't be able to join. But for the race, yeah, the Bahrain Grand Prix, the first race of the season, I will definitely be here. C5 won't be used in a race. It will be used in our race. It won't be used in this race. So it's a different thing, but it's still. Why are the races on Saturday? At least the first 4 races. No, it's the first 2 races. And it's because of Ramadan. So that's why on Sunday no one can do anything, and it's been moved back to Saturday. It's the first two races, which are Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. So, yeah. Oh, the McLaren just changed their sponsors there. Hey, Alonso's in the car. With the side pods being mounted there. Steering wheel positioned. When is Monaco race and is the Chicago race confirmed? Chicago race has not been confirmed. It's just a rumor as of now. And the Monaco race, let me check. I don't know off the top of my head, but it's usually round 8, 24 to 26th of May. So it's gonna be on the track time, May 26th at 3 p.m. That's the race start time at Monaco time. I don't know what the time in Monaco is. So, oh, hold on, I can check. Yeah, it's 5 hours off my time. 5 hours? Really? Huh. Okay, 5 hours. Leclerc will finally win Monaco. Oh well, that's a bold prediction there. But yeah, so from what we've seen, it's been a pretty quiet test so far. Not a lot of takeaways, not a lot of big takeaways, not a lot of reliability problems or anything. So it's been pretty chill right now. Piastri is still the only car out on track, doing lap after lap after lap. When is Verstappen coming out? Not yet. Not yet. As soon as he comes out, I will let you guys know. Where do you think science will go? This is a question that's been asked a few times already during the test, and my answer's been the same. I mean, everyone on the paddock, everyone is saying that he will go to Audi. So that leaves a few options. Audi will be, if it happens, 26. So that leaves 1 year where he will either be off to the sidelines. If you were to go to an important team, it wouldn't make sense just to have a 1 year contract and then leave. So I honestly don't see that. Toro Rosso is, even if it's been rumored, it's a bit far-fetched because, I don't think he will go through the ordeal of going back to the Red Bull family and everything just for 1 season and then be off again. I want to think that he will go to Audi. It would make a lot of sense, and it would be really good to see him lead a team again, like he did in McLaren. He is a great team leader. He's been kind of squashed here in Ferrari because of obvious reasons. I mean, the team leader here is Leclerc, but yeah, I know he has what it takes to lead the team. So yeah, it would be very good to see him there. And in the meantime, I mean, I could see him go into Sauber for a season. But yeah. Signs that Vettel and Audi, you say? No, I didn't say Vettel. No, Vettel's not coming back, guys. It's time. It's time we accept that. That's just not gonna happen. I'm sorry. Who do you guys think will replace Lewis in 2025? That's a big question. Honestly, I mean, one would say a young driver on the rise, whatever, but that's George Russell. And I don't think Mercedes is the kind of team to bring like an experienced driver just for the sake, like a Sergio Perez or something like that, or like a Nico Hülkenberg. It could be that they try to get Alonso or something. I don't know if he would do it. If Alonso would join Mercedes, it would be fun to see, but it would be yeah, I'm not visualizing that right now. But other than that, maybe a rookie. Yeah, maybe a rookie. Honestly, no idea. Ocon, no. Ocon, definitely not. I think Alonso's is anti-theory. Yeah. I mean, out of the current field, it's the option that would make the most sense. Because of the context of the grid right now. Schumacher, I don't see Schumacher. I mean, two young, experienced drivers. I don't know. Albon. But the thing is, Albon is pretty much the same as Russell. That would just create tension inside the team. They've already experienced that with Rosberg and Hamilton, and I don't think they want that to happen again. But could be an option. Albon's been rumored for many teams, Red Bull being one of them, Mercedes being another. And I wouldn't be surprised that if Alonso leaves for Mercedes, say, he could go to Aston Martin. But yeah. Gunther Steiner can go to Audi, it will blow Haas. I don't see that. I definitely don't see that. Think about Hamilton in Ferrari and Alonso in Mercedes 2025. That would be insane. That would be insane. 2013, but the other way around. Binotto will go to Audi. There were rumors that Binotto was going to perhaps go to Red Bull if the whole Horner thing ends up happening. And that was, yeah. I laughed so hard at that. I mean, that would be the last nail in the coffin. After that, there would be a massive exodus of team staff. And I wouldn't be surprised if Adrian Newey and Max Verstappen leave the team. Yeah. It's not a good call. I don't think so. If Alonso goes to Mercedes, Sainz goes to Aston. But I don't think he could do a 1-year deal there. I don't think it would be... Oh! Okay, another reason why it would make sense for Sainz to go to Sauber if he ends up going to Audi there. It's because shit, I forgot the name. Andreas Seidel. Andreas Seidel has already worked with Carlos Sainz in 2019 and in 2020 for McLaren. So, I mean, okay, so that's another link there that I haven't even thought about. Yeah, Carlos Sainz is going to Audi. It's going to Sauber next year. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm willing to bet on that now. I'm willing to bet on that. I don't think Perez will have a drive if Red Bull drops him. Yeah, enjoy the last season of Perez, guys, because this is it. Why aren't the other drivers coming out yet? They're, setting up the cars, everything. There are a few drivers that are getting geared up. Now looking at Russell, getting his helmet on. We're just looking at the McLaren getting the wheels on. Just a few minutes ago, we also saw the Aston Martin getting the wheel covers on and everything, the wheel warmers. I always feel like some driver transferred link with certain team staff who used to work with the driver in past years. Yes, it makes some sense that, like, Hamilton going to Ferrari also also is interesting because team principal Fred Vasseur used to work with Hamilton in GP2 at the time with ART. So they knew each other from working previously, and of course, well, the amount of years had they been in F1 together, it's insane. But yeah, it makes sense that that's a thing, that's a pattern. It's a plus, you know? It's a plus. Carlos Martinez to Red Bull. Who the fuck is Carlos Martinez? Can you comment on the close relationship between Red Bull and Racing Bull? What is your opinion? Is it unfair for the other teams? Yeah, so this has been a point of contention for the other drivers, and it's created a sort of uproar inside the team principals, and we'll have to see how that evolves. But Toro Rosso is... So the strategy a few years ago, when AlphaTauri first came to be, the strategy was, okay, so the team AlphaTauri is going to be a completely different team to Red Bull, just sharing, you know, money pretty much and upper management, but other than that, different teams, different structure, different development and everything, and that's clearly not worked. So for this season, they did the exact opposite. They've started working close together, and as of now, I mean, it used to be the case a few years ago, more so than it is now, but right now it is the only relationship, I would say, between an A team and a B team. They've come and gone other teams like Alfa Romeo, Sauber, Haas. Alfa Romeo, Sauber are the same thing. Haas, and it's happened also between Mercedes and Williams, of like A teams and B teams. But now those have, I mean, every team is pretty independent. Oh, Alonso's on the circuit. The first time I've seen him on track live. Oh, what joy! What joy it brings me. But yeah, so this has been a contentious topic. Like, what are they sharing? Intelligence, parts, whatever. But this has been something that's been going on for 15 years now. So it's quite weird to be calling attention to it now. But yeah, I think it's fine. As long as everything is legal, it makes sense. They are starting to draw attention from Faenza to Milton Keynes, where the Red Bull factory is held, instead of the Toro Rosso factory. Some workers are not having to relocate to Italy. They can stay in the UK and work from Milton Keynes for Toro Rosso, which yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense taking full advantage of that. As long as everything is legal, yeah, sure, I have no problem with it. Austin has the most beautiful. Austin has the most beautiful color. Yeah, the metallic paint during in the sunlight. It's beautiful. I mean, that's why it's my second most favorite car. The what I don't like is the rear wing, the Aramco logo with the colors and everything, and the Babo line on the back with other colors. That's kind of iffy for me. If you were in the dark green with the light green on the sides, it would be much better. But other than that, yeah, I mean, it's an absolutely beautiful livery. It was my favorite one when it was first announced 2 years ago. It was absolutely beautiful, and it still is absolutely beautiful now 2 years later. Yeah, It's not become a matte livery, a carbon livery either. Yeah, it's one of the only real liveries we still have left. What's your favorite team? I don't have a favorite team. Honestly, yeah. If it's only teams, I don't have a favorite. I have teams that I like a little bit less, but yeah. I know what my least favorite team is. That's something I know. It's Alpine, of course, but I don't have a favorite. What do you think if would happen if both Red Bull and hold on. What would happen if so Denver Pinto asks, what do you think would happen if both Red Bull and Toro Rosso were contending for the championship, team orders and company orders? Toro Rosso would never be in a position to compete for a championship. That's part of being a B team. My favorite team is number 14. Yes, that's true. You're not wrong there. You're definitely not wrong. What's your second least favorite team? It's not even a competition. I mean, it's from my least favorite to my second least favorite, it's a huge gap, and then everyone's pretty clumped together, you know. But I would have to say second least favorite. I mean, it's pretty even between all the other teams. I would say, I don't know, either Ferrari or Mercedes, but I mean, the gap between Ferrari, Mercedes, Red Bull, McLaren, Aston Martin, Williams, Haas, Sauber, and Toro Rosso, it's all pretty close. So it's I'm pretty indifferent toward teams in general. I'm more a driver guy. I have my opinions on every single driver, and those I don't share too much. Why? Because maybe they can. Some people in the chat take it to mean bias and stuff, while it's not the case. I mean, I can be critical of a driver but then praise it when he does good work, or I can be overly, enthusiast of one driver but then he has a bad streak and I call him out on it. So I don't want to share too much what my thoughts are on particular drivers in general. But yeah, when it comes to teams, I don't really have preferences. I just have one that I hate pretty much. Hold on, I'm gonna turn on the fan. If it generates noise, background noise, you guys tell me and I turn it off, but I'm getting pretty hot here. Okay. Okay, so low wind intensity. Leclerc's being told. Yeah, so Hülkenberg, Tsunoda, Russell, Leclerc are out on track. Everyone else is in the pits. Oh, good, Bruno. All good, bro. No noise. Okay, thank you. Real Racing 3. Leclerc sets the 10th fastest time of today's test as he comes across the line. Yuki Tsunoda, is he okay? Yeah, he's got some Flovis paint on his Toro Rosso. Yeah, but it's going really slow there. Thoughts on Aston so far? Third best car on the grid. There's no way to call. There's no way to say. No way. Russell comes across the line to set his first lap time of the day. Max is sleeping, right? Seems like yes, yeah. He's not come out yet. Who do you think will be leaving this season? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, that's a question I can get behind. I would say there are a few drivers that could surprise us by leaving, and there are a few that are pretty confirmed already. I mean that everyone expects them to leave. Everyone expects Perez to leave. I would say either Magnussen or Hulkenberg would leave at the end of the season. One of the two is pretty much expected to leave. I would say it's the one that performs the worst during this the season. Bottas, I say he's probably going to leave too. And then if Sargent doesn't perform, he will be leaving too at the end of this season. And perhaps, not sure, but perhaps one of the two Alpines. That's my opinion. Don't agree. Sargent is an incredible driver who's still learning. He will stay at Williams. Yeah, it all depends on how he performs this season. I said, if he sees if we see some clear improvements, sure, he could very well stay. But if he's not in the correct headspace like last year, I don't think it's the right move. But either way, I think Albon may be leaving the team, and that would open the door for Franco Colapinto. So I'm all down for that. Gasly to replace Hamilton. Wow. It's a big call. No. Probably no. Bro, we really bullied Alpine into adding more color. Have they? Have they added more color? Really? Hold on. Let me look up the Let me look them up on Twitter. Oh, they put paint on the nose. Yeah, we really did bully them into adding more paint on the nose. Well, good work, team. Good work, chat. Good work. Shout out to Red Bull. Albon to Red Bull. Yeah, we're getting all the predictions here in the chat. I don't know who would be replacing Perez. I reckon it would be one of the. I think it's about time. It's time at the end of the season that the better Toro Rosso driver gets the move up to Red Bull. It would make sense. I mean, at least for a season, you know. Why is Leclerc not performing well? He's performing fine. What do you mean? I mean, the car's a little skittish, but other than that, it's fine. It's testing. He doesn't need to perform. Ocon to Formula E. Hell yeah. Nah, it's Maldonado to Red Bull, says Tepian. Ah, yes. The GOAT himself. Imagine if Latifi comes back. What do you think about the trend to street circuits over race circuits? Asks Albert. I despise it. I think it's a growing a little hair. It's a cancer of the sport that's taken over. I like me a few street circuits, of course. Who doesn't? I mean, Singapore is insane. Baku's great. Monaco's fine. Technically, Canada and Australia are street circuits as well. But then, yeah, it's piling on and on and on. Vegas, really bad. Miami's really bad. Saudi Arabia's pretty bad for racing as well. And they keep adding and adding and adding. And now the Madrid is gonna be a disaster. You guys thought Catalonia was bad? Wait until you see Madrid. That's gonna be, I think, the worst circuit in quite a while. But oh well. Verstappen is out on the circuit now. Has come out and started warming up his tires. Marley, you're talking about Honda. You mean RVPT? Or you mean like Toro Rosso Honda? Well, Honda's sponsor now. Yeah, I think you mean the RVPT power plant, the Red Bull powertrains. Bro, where's Leclerc? He's in the pits right now, along with many other drivers like Alonso, Ricardo, Piastri, Gasly, Sargent, and Zhou. We only got Russell, Verstappen, Nico Hülkenberg, and Yuki Tsunoda out on track right now. Is Honda an engine manufacturer back in 26? Yes. Right now, Honda does not supply any engines in the grid, but they will be coming back with Aston Martin for 2026 as their own supplying only that team. That's what I was trying to say. Thoughts on too many US races? Listen, dude, I mean, if they add banger races, fuck it, yeah, bring them on. But they are bad. Miami is really bad, and Las Vegas is even worse. It's not about racing in the US, it's about the quality of the races, because if they added 1,000 races in Europe and they were all street circuits, I would be like, yeah, no, let's not race in Europe. But if they were to add more races in good circuits in the US, yeah, sure, do it. I mean, a lot of people dislike Kota, but I do like it, and I think it's a great race, and I wouldn't want it to change. I wouldn't be like, oh, there's too many US races. Yeah, cut Kota. No, that wouldn't happen. F1 on an indie road course was good. Well, maybe imagine them on what is it, Palm Beach? That would be interesting. Hey, Vegas just had the best race last season. It was a circumstantial best race. It's because it was a new circuit. It still had a lot of quirks in it. Now that drivers know it, remember these words. This year, Vegas will be shit. Yeah, Vegas was a good race, but not because of the track. Not because of the track. Francorchamps Spa. Oh yeah, I mean, best race circuit ever to be created. Well, actually no. It's pretty up there with Le Mans, of course. Circuit de las Arts. Interlagos is fantastic as well. Yeah, Interlagos is insane. I mean, my three favorite tracks in Formula One are Spa, Interlagos, and Monza. Hello, man. Hi, Cubing Master YT. Taking your word for it. You're welcome, Celebrity Olympic. Yeah, you're gonna thank me afterward because people are gonna get hyped up for that race and it's gonna be bad. Oh, Alonso's back on track. Russell is out as well. Alonso's on the C2, so we may be expecting a long run for him. What are your thoughts on the WWE style driver entry during Miami? Your emoji already says everything that needs to be said. Yeah. Oh wow. Okay, I'm gonna be doing a bit of moderation work here for a sec. What happened in the chat, guys? Okay, I think we are. Nope. Hold on. Oh, Flowbiz has been applied to the McLaren. A lot of it. A lot of it. Let's see what happens there. Road Atlanta is the best US track. Road Atlanta is really good. But there's a lot of, let's see, because I'm probably forgetting a few. Best US tracks. Racing. Because there's a lot of tracks that I'm like that I know that I don't know where they are. Let me see. Well, Daytona, of course, Indianapolis, of course, Cota, of course. Oh, Laguna Seca. Laguna Seca's insanely good. Laguna Seca's really good. Yeah, of course. Massa Raceway. That one's insane. Lime Rock Park. It's pretty decent. It's pretty short for an F1 track. Road Atlanta, of course. Sonoma Raceway. Sonoma Raceway is insane. Sonoma. I mean, I don't think it has a single straight line in the whole circuit, but I still absolutely love it. Road America, of course. Road America is really, really good. Yeah, there's a lot of really good tracks in the US. So yeah, there's a lot of good tracks. There's no need to start racing in the streets of Miami. Watkins Glen, of course, Watkins Glen as well. Yeah, imagine F1 cars going through the corkscrew of Laguna Seca. You think you think there's a lot of sparks now? Yeah, they're gonna have to increase the ride height for those. Bahrain has one of the best karting tracks in the world. Yes, but we're talking about F1. But I still think the Bahrain circuit is pretty good. It's pretty good for racing. Mayor of New York City was looking to bid for a race. Not sure you'll ever see that, but I think it's pretty unlikely. More so with the problems that New York City now has, apart from F1, apart from racing, the migrant crisis in the US and in New York and everything, it's pretty bad. So I think they've got other priorities than an F1 track right now. Do you speak French? No, I don't. Way too congested. Yeah, imagine all the drivers having to queue up to cross over the Brooklyn Bridge. Hope they ditch Qatar, bring F1 back to Germany. Qatar is still a good track. I enjoy it. But oh, F1 back in Germany. One of my top three. Well, one of my top three was still the same, but one of my top five for sure. It was my fourth favorite track. It was Hockenheim. The Hockenheim ring was so good, so good. Always gave us great racing. Not only with climate conditions like in 2019, yes, 2019, but also regular racing. I mean, it was a super insanely good track. It had flowing parts. It had tight corners. It had medium high speed corners. A lot of overtaking spots into turn one. Through the back spokey thing. Super good. I really enjoyed that. Has there ever been an African driver in F1? Yes. Jody Scheckter, Formula One world champion, South African. Nürburgring, yeah. I mean, the GP circuit, yeah, it's good. It's good. We had it with rain, so that was a plus. But I don't think it would be that good for F1 racing, honestly. Old Hockenheim is fantastic. Yeah, old Hockenheim, it doesn't exist anymore. I mean, it's non-existent. The old Hockenheim. Now we meant the 24-hour circuits. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. No, that I'm sorry, guys. That's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. We're not gonna get a race around the Nürburgring around the I forgot what the name of that part of the circuit is. The Nordschleife. Yeah, we're not gonna get a race around the Nordschleife. Not ever again. It would be boring as well. It would be a procession all the way through. It would be really dangerous. It would be like a lot of safety cars. Half the cars would finish. Not a single overtake would happen. Oh, Alonso losing the rear there a little bit. Snow race in Finland would be awesome. Oh, yeah. So Monaco 2.0. Yeah, Monaco 2.0, but like 50 times bigger. 7 laps. That would be the race distance. 7 laps. Is Albon okay? Yeah, Albon's in the pits. I mean, the driver that's going to be driving now is, well, yeah, that's a bit obvious. But it's going to be Sargent, and he's not yet come out. Me in the Philippines waiting for goddamn Tilke to finish our racetrack. Damn. Damn. I'll be back in 45 minutes. Okay, Yento. See ya. Alonso comes in, practices a pit stop, and gets the car into the garage. We're now going to see a replay of turn 8, where he lost the rear a little bit. It's a nice slide. A really nice slide. Isle of Man would be a good street circuit. My God. The amount of barriers that would have to be put up for that. Yeah. Red is stuck in his box on screen. Don't tell it. What? Am I stuck? What? Can you guys not see me? Yeah, you can see me. You can see me. Can you comment on Lewis's new gym physique? He has abs now. Will it translate to better performance on track? No, of course not. Oh, just lowered his fat percentage. I mean, that's okay. Good. He has abs now. No, that doesn't affect track performance in the slightest. Science got that in medium, right? Got it from the F1 page. Let's see, science. He got that on the C3s, I think. Yeah. Tsunoda's out on track now. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Have more aero and better ground effect. Yeah. Yeah. That's how it works, right? Alex Albon's also out on track now. Oh, Albon's out. I thought, oh, okay, so it's a full Albon day today. I forgot about that. Yeah, so Sargent's not going to be coming out. So Albon's on track now. Muscle is mass and mass is weight. Weight is bad in F1. Yeah, but I think maybe that was because he decreased his body fat percentage, which I mean probably means he's a bit lighter on weight, but that could also take a toll. I mean, if body fat percentage is too low, that could take a toll on your energy. Like you could be tired all day, if it's too low. So it all depends. It's a trade-off because he may be a few kilos lighter, like 3-4 kilos lighter, but yeah, he may be a bit more fatigued as well. So we don't know. We'll have to see. But I don't think it makes a difference at all. What do you think about Aston? They've been a team that has not shown much. It's the same as every other team. I mean, it's the same as Mercedes, the same as Ferrari. They have not shown much this test. Yeah, we'll have to see next week. Would like to see Juju Noda have a test. Oh, hell yeah. Tsunoda comes across the line, P11 right now. Leclerc is on a long run, seems. Yeah. Leclerc, Verstappen, Albon, Tsunoda, and Zhou are out on track right now. Verstappen has a milk bag physique, and like that, he still wins titles. So it's not all about the body fat percentage. Actually, core workout improves reflexes. Yeah, I'm not saying that they don't have a good core strength. Every F1 driver must have good core strength in order to turn that wheel that has absolutely no steering, assisted steering of any sort, and a lot of other stuff to take the G-forces and stuff. Good core strength does not translate to a six-pack, you know? Also neck strength. Oh yeah, of course. Drivers have to be dense so that they have a low center of gravity for obvious reasons. yeah, they need to have a massive ass because that's the lowest part of the body, and it has to be it helps the center of gravity, you know. You have to work out that butt all off season. Hell yeah. What's the best time since testing started? I think it was yesterday, Science's time. Yeah, I think that was the best time. Hell yeah, brother. Right, would you believe me when Matt from P1 told his viewers a made-up fanfiction on one of their streams? I would believe that happened. I don't know what it is about or whether or not the chat believed it, but yeah, sure. I mean that wouldn't be surprising, yeah. That's fun. What's a purple sector? A purple sector means the fastest of the test of today so far. 131.0, that's about 2 seconds lower than yesterday's times. Yeah, Verstappen just set the fastest lap of the day today. On C3s. Yesterday's time was on C3s too, I think. One 27.26 track record by Hamilton a few years back. No, the track record is by Pedro de la Rosa in 2005. Sorry, I just jumped in. What caused the red flag? There's not a red flag. Hope that answers your question. I think Mercedes is cooking. The silver paint has better downwash and will cool the inlet causing sticky effect in fast corners. Ah, yes. The silver paint hack. Well, a similar reason of why the cars are all black now is why the Mercedes is silver. In case you guys didn't know, the silver arrows were because in the 50s, it was lighter to run without paint, and Germany had the cars had national paint colors. So, for example, England was the famous green. Well, now the Aston Martin green, pretty much. We had Italy with red, and the Ferrari and Germany, I think, was black. But since it was lighter to run without paint, they stripped the car and they just ran it with the bare metal. And metal is silver. So there you go, silver arrows. France was yellow, says Bill. There you go. So right now we only have Albon, Tsunoda, and Zhou on track. Germany was white. Oh, okay, it wasn't black, it was white. Well, yeah. Makes sense because they lost both world wars. France was yellow. Oh, okay, that was a joke. Okay, well, there were national colors for Belgium was yellow, France is blue. There you go. Okay. Yeah, so that is the reason why the Mercedes are silver. Want Alonso to join Ferrari? I don't, and that's also not gonna happen. So good. Doesn't show what tires Max is on. He is on the C3s. Thoughts on the RB20 so far? That thing is going to be dominating, and we're going to hear the Dutch national anthem every single race weekend for 24 straight races. Did Hamilton use the soft? I haven't seen actually. Haven't seen. So I'll come back with you. I'll come back to you with an answer. Don Fernando Alonso Diaz on the track. Yes, yes, he is. On an outlap. How's the Sauber performing so far? I mean, Sauber, every single time we go on preseason, the Sauber does pretty good. They go out on. They always top a session usually. Yeah. They always are like, oh well, is Sauber gonna be challenging the top of the midfield or maybe even the front runners? And then we start the session, the season, and they are like the 8th, 9th fastest team. So there's no reason to believe otherwise this year. I think they're doing decently right now, but it's probably because of, that. What do you think of Alpine so far, and where do you think they can fight in the championship? Haven't seen enough to make an educated guess because it's testing. Where do I think they will finish in the championship? Well, judging by historical data, they are always around 5th, 4th, 5th, 6th in the championship, around the middle point, and there's no reason to think otherwise this season. Even more so with the Williams gaining speed and the Toro Rossos as well. So yeah, I think they may be falling down a little bit. Last time they were close to the top was when they were BMW Sauber. It was a nice time. Yes. They had a few decent races in like 2012, 2013. No, yeah, with Sergio Perez. They had a few good races. They were like 4th, 5th best team. But yeah, the last time they could have won a championship was in 2008. They could have gotten it, honestly, with Kubica. They could have gotten it. But the corporate decided to, back off, focus in 2009. It was a disaster, and then they could have won. If you want to learn more about what actually happened with BMW Sauber, I have a very, in my opinion, very, very good video on my channel, Ryan F1, link in the description. I have team histories on a lot of these kind of historic teams like BMW Sauber, of course, Ford in Formula One. Well, then on drivers in particular as well. I haven't actually checked on my channel in such a long time. Opening YouTube Studio for the first time in who knows how long. Well, yeah, my latest video is on Sauber. Yeah, from Red Bull to Alfa Romeo to BMW to Audi to Mercedes. Yeah, Sauber were pioneers in Formula One. Of course, yeah, Ford in Formula One, Toyota. Oh, my Toyota video. So, such a big amount of research. A McLaren, of course. McLaren video. Yeah, I have a few, well, Williams, BMW Sauber. I have a video with Josh Revel on McLaren. Ferrari. Honda. Oh, my Honda videos. Yeah, McLaren, Honda. Where's my McLaren Honda video? Oh, there it is. Yeah. I have a lot of those. Ford Cosworth motor was so dominant. Yeah. There's it's on the Ford video. It's on my Ford video. So if you want to learn more about that. Link in the description. Russell is flying. Yeah, Alonso set the 5th fastest time while I was speaking. Russell is pushing as well. He's in P15, but now he's on a green first sector. Oh, okay, so my time is pretty much up. Yeah, in 1 minute. So now that we're in a bit of a lull, I'll say goodbye, and I will come back for the end of the test. Thank you for sticking around. If you enjoyed the coverage so far, make sure to leave a like on the stream. It really helps us out, and make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're new. We will be here, of course, after the test on race day, on qualifying day, on every single day, throughout the whole season. So yeah, I'll catch you guys in a bit, and see ya. Radio check. Radio check. Radio check. Radio check. Radio check. Come on. Hey, Paula, here we go. It's 3D now. Nikos Rim. Konali Rajiv Naik. Andrei Mogosan. Oh my god. Someone's at the door. Shit. Hold on. I gotta go. I'll be right back. My god. Such bad timing. Hold on a second, guys. I'm sorry. Had to go down the elevator and everything. So yeah, can you guys hear me? Radio check. Okay, Paula. Good to know. Good to know. Thank you. Sorry, guys, for having to join and leave immediately after. But yeah, stuff that happens. That's life. So in the few hours that I was gone, a few good times were set. and we are nearing now the end of the test, the end of the whole of preseason testing. And yeah, we've got a few times said that. Honestly, I always say never. My God, never read too much into testing times and everything. But I wouldn't be surprised if the first race results are something similar to what we are seeing here, like in terms of blocks, not the specific positions, but Ferrari, McLaren, Red Bull, Aston Martin on top, then like a little Mercedes, and then Williams, Toro Rosso, Alpine, Haas, Sauber. But yeah, just a whatever out there thought. We got an hour left to go, and has finally gotten a handle on their tire wear. Let's hope they did. It's actually everything that they were working on this year. The main objective was, okay, let's focus on tire degradation, tire wear, and not falling off the cliff when it comes to racing like they did last year throughout the whole season. Mercedes have 2 seconds in their back pocket. You think they're gonna win by a second? Okay. Yeah, of course, no one's showing their full potential here. It's not what I was on. Thoughts on Haas? I think they put their head down a bit too hard. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, if that's the case, then anything other than shit would be a good result. So I like that approach. I like that approach. You definitely hate Mercedes with a passion. What? How? Why? I literally put them on the top with the rest of the teams. Haas are running a quali engine. Yeah, let's hope they are not. Can other copy Mercedes front wing? Sure they can. I don't think they will, but they definitely can because the front wing is different than any other part of the car. Go back to 2009 where the double-decker diffuser was all the rage and all the teams were starting to implement it. That was a different thing because, well, you can like literally just change the back of the car and kind of a little bit of the floor that wasn't that important at the time, and you're good to go. But the front wing is a part that shapes the aeroflow for the whole car. It's the beginning point, so it's much more difficult to drastically change a front wing design. But we'll see. We'll see. I always say negative stuff about them, the livery and the times. The livery I don't like. I'm allowed to not like a livery. And the times I literally didn't say a thing. I said okay. I always say times are not representative, and Mercedes are I would say in the same camp as Aston Martin, hiding their pace, same as Ferrari, same as Red Bull. No one will know anything about anyone's times until qualifying next week. So yeah, a bit of a BS point, but whatever. We'll move on. Haas aren't sandbagging. They were running it at max. Still, you know that the car is battle ready. Yeah. I don't really know if they're running it at max or not. I hope it's not the case. But whatever. Budget cap prevents it. Mostly teams would have to change their whole car to make a new front wing work. Yeah, exactly. Well, on the new rules for the sprint race, there was talk about teams having a whole because of the two park formats, they could technically have a sprint race car and then a race car, but that's not the case because it's too expensive. But if it were the early 2000s, that definitely would have happened. Um, we may start to see a bit the times creep up a little bit. And I also heard about an interview. Remember how I said a few hours ago that Hamilton went into, when we're talking about the driver team swaps and the team principles and everything, that Hamilton was kind of going to Ferrari, and he had a close connection to Fred because of their times at ART and everything. Well, I heard that in an interview, Hamilton said that the only reason why he switched to Ferrari was because it was being run by Fred. So I kind of nailed that one. So I'm giving myself a pat on the back for that one. Perez to Williams as Lina. Yeah, if Perez is switching teams, I think he's out. I honestly don't see him switching to any other team, honestly, other than, I would say, maybe Sauber for one season or something like that, or like a Haas if the team wanted to, but I really don't think that's going to be the case. Hamilton is one of the best. The car is very bad. How do you know the car is very bad? He hasn't yet done a good run on it. We don't even know where the pace of the car is. Perhaps it's the fastest car of the grid. Well, the second fastest car of the grid. I love the way you say Ferrari. It's just how it is, you know. I think during the first race will be Red Bull, Ferrari, McLaren, Aston, and Mercedes. Yeah, sure. Could be. Could be. I mean, yeah. Your guess is as good as mine. Let's make the Alio Perez swap. Perez goes back to his origins, where his origins would actually be going to Sauber. So, but no, I don't really. I don't see him in Mercedes. No chance. No chance. Will replace Perez at Red Bull. Charles, yes. Daniel, hell yes. Who replace Perez at Red Bull? The obvious choice would be one of the Toro Rosso guys, either Yuki or Daniel. That would be the obvious choice. Yeah. So 1 hour left of running. Leclerc is on an outlap right now. Piastri and Alonso are on long runs. So is Nico Hülkenberg as Yuki Tsunoda exit the pits and joins Zhou, who is out there as well. Ocon is the new Perez. Damn. That fate after the 2018, 2017 season there, their battle. And they have become one and the same. Where do you see Sainz going? We talked at length about that topic. But just to make it short, I'm saying Sauber. And therefore Audi. Yeah, I'm seeing him signing with Sauber on a 3-year deal. He's got Andreas Seidel there as well. Team boss he worked with very closely for 2 years at McLaren in 19 and 2020. So yeah. Hamilton also switched to Ferrari because he will get support for his own project in Ferrari. Well, his project didn't have approval in Mercedes. His own F1 project? What do you mean his own F1 project? That's a statement and a half of project. And in Mercedes, he did have Mercedes factory changed a lot of things because of Hamilton. I mean, at some point they just got kind of sick of it, but he wanted equity in the team and he wanted to become a brand ambassador for however many long years, and he wanted a certain amount of money to remain with them, and yeah, it was just too much. It was just too much. But still, I mean, I would have thought that Hamilton would at least tell Toto about everything. I mean, they were, well, super close apparently for however many years, 10 years that Hamilton's been at the team. But apparently, yeah, something's wrong with them. Definitely something's awry there in the relationship. Yeah, there's no way Hulkenberg's doing consistent 136 with quali engine mode. They aren't as bad as we thought. Yeah, 136 is not. I mean, Leclerc's doing yeah, solid. I mean, it all depends on the lap time, but yeah, Leclerc's also doing 136. It all depends on the setup, on the fuel load, on the tires. But yeah, race lap time is not as varying as quali lap time. Suki Tsunoda crosses the line to improve upon his time and go 6th overall. Any thoughts on who replaces Hamilton? Yeah, we've also touched on that topic. To make it short, it's really hard, that one. Out of the current grid, I could only see 2 drivers making the move, and those would be Alonso or Albon. Other than that, I don't really see anyone else making that jump. So if it's not one of those, it would be perhaps a rookie, or I don't know. Some people were saying Mick Schumacher, but I don't think he's gonna come back ever. Nick DeBris, yeah, definitely not. Ocon to replace Hamilton, yeah, that's not gonna happen. Kimi. Sure, imagine Raikkonen coming back. I don't even think he has a super license anymore. I'm very curious to see what Toro Rosso will be and how well Daniel will do now he's warmed up to the team more. Yeah, last year was a bit of a false start season. He only did half a season, and it was half a season because he injured his hand, his wrist, and he missed like 5 races. So yeah, I would say this is his first proper re-entry season. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how he performs. Hey RS, how are ya? Did you miss anything? No. No red flags, no nothing, no car recoveries, no crashes, no engine blowups, no nothing. This test has been, let's hope, not representative of the season, but it's been pretty dull. Yeah, Haas have been the Haas car, the problem with the Haas car is even though people are talking about it and hyping them up and everything, it's gonna be tough because doesn't matter what they bring. The thing is, they used some of their development time to develop the aero package for Austin last year, the package that didn't work. So that was all thrown away. Alex Albon crosses the line, P12. Yeah. So the package that didn't work. So that's a lot of time that they lost in the wind tunnel and everything and development tokens, and yeah. They're not getting that back. What happened to Ricardo? Running on hard only? No, he set his fastest time on the hards, but he left. He only did the morning session, not the afternoon session. So, yeah, probably was a soft, a long run on different kinds of tires. Yeah. For me, Bottas is probably a safe bet. For Toto, Fernando, a stopgap before Kimi joins. Not Kimi Raikkonen, probably. Depends on his F2 performance. Mick driving in WEC. Not expect him to join the grid anytime soon. Yeah. Antonelli could, but yeah, sure. I mean, they could use with a filler driver for one season, but it's not for a team like Mercedes to have a filler driver, you know. But yeah, perhaps Bottas could come back for a single season, even though I think Bottas is more out of the sport than in the sport right now. So it'd be highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. And I don't think he would want to come back either. I mean, they're not winning anymore, so it's not the same chance, you know, and we'll have to see. Who's the new Red Bull team principal again? Christian Horner. You know, a bunch of people already asked, but what happened to Logan? Today is Albon. Today we have Albon driving, not Sargent. Who's that coming in? Is that a Williams or is that an Alpine? That's Gasly. That's Gasly's Alpine coming in right now. Unused C3 compounds. Let's see if he gets a new set of tires in. Oh, yes. Oh, look how those shine. New set of C3s for Pierre Gasly. Yeah, just under an hour to go. That's Gasly out on the track once again. We have Leclerc lapping, Piastri and Alonso there as well. Nico Hülkenberg is out as well, and there's a car that's going to be joining the track. Let's see. Yeah, I heard some tire screeching. I'm assuming that's okay. Russell then. Russell is out and in the track as well. I cannot wait for Bahrain for the first race. The commentary will be much more interesting than I promise. There's not much to talk about anymore. 3 days, 6 hours of 5.5 hours of talking already. And not much has happened. It's been a pretty standard test. No surprises, no nothing. Oh, Latifi. Imagine Latifi coming back to fill Lewis's seat. I mean, Mercedes could become champions again, if that's the case. Oh, I don't have my Latifi cap here. Oh, damn. Where did I leave it? I don't know. It has to be somewhere. So C1s for Leclerc as he comes across the line. He is doing a long run still. Alonso's pace is a second slower than Leclerc's. Yeah, we don't know the program, but Alonso's just come in. So it was at the end of his stint. The tires were pretty gone, pretty chewed up. So he's just come in, and let's see what he does after this. Alonso's completed 60 laps today, which is a lot. 81 for Hulkenberg, 110 for Albon, 80 for Kevin Magnussen, 74 for Zhou, 70 for Ricardo, 71 for Piastri. Yeah. A lot of drivers have done over 60 laps, which is 2 race distances pretty much. So Albon's done 3 race distances almost. Toro Rosso's going to be faster than Alpine, says Gunner. We'll have to find out, I guess. Thank you, WEC42. Nico Rosberg to replace Hamilton. Sure, yeah. Let's see, Russell, Tsunoda, both are on improving lap times. Both have green first sectors. Now on board with Russell in the Mercedes. He's up on the second sector as well. Right now he's on P9. He's already 0.6 of a second down on Leclerc's time, but still, it's improving. Oh, Tsunoda goes faster though. 4.6 of a second slower than Leclerc after the second sector. Albon's also improving. Let's see Russell coming across the line from P9. He goes up to P3. Hey Taslim, how are you, dude? Tsunoda across the line now, up into P3, replacing Russell. And Albon, he's 0.8 down on Leclerc's time at the end of the second sector. The Astons seem to be pretty good in straight line speed. We'll have to see about the second sector of Bahrain next week. But yeah, they seem to have pretty decent speed alongside the Mercedes, the Red Bulls. Albon goes 8th fastest. Improved slightly as well. I'm going to turn off the fan. Hold on. There we go. I turned on the AC and I had the fan still on from the morning. It was getting kind of chilly. Grosjean to Alpine to replace Ocon, who will get Hamilton. Well, don't forget that Mercedes actually owe Grosjean a test. Hey, Binai Raya Prolu, thank you so much for your donation. It is really appreciated. Do you think Ferrari will be competitive this year? I mean, seeing as this is an evolution of last year, I would expect them to at least be at the same level as they were last year. They would have, of course, wanted to move up, but Red Bull is so dominant that I don't think they will even be contested in first place. I think they will be they will be quick, perhaps close to, I don't know, McLaren, Aston, Mercedes. I think that it's like the upper midfield, let's call it. Right now we have the lower midfield, the upper midfield, and then Red Bull. And I think, the upper midfield is going to be hotly contested, depending on the track and everything. Alonso was pushing today, saw him at the track. There's still a little more pacey coming to the Aston Martin. Max was smooth sailing. Yeah, perhaps. Alonso wasn't even on the softest Well, it wasn't the softest compound for next week. But even though he was pushing, perhaps he had a full tank of fuel. There's a lot of variables that we don't yet know. Oh, that's a little carbon fiber shedding off the Alpine there. Right now we only have Leclerc, Piastri, Gasly, and Zhou on the track. So Max is going out for a long run on the C2s as we are seeing Gasly coming in. Ferrari had a quick car last year. They were just a bit bad at tire management. I think they were bad at a lot more than tire management at Ferrari last year. Unfortunately for them. Let's see. Oh, we're now looking at a replay of. Oh, okay. Of what happened at what happened to the Alpine. And it looks like it was a bit of a piece of the fins broke off. The fins of the wheels, one of those broke off, and yeah, that's what caused the problem there. Why is Red Bull not on track? They are. Verstappen is on an outlap right now. Alpine is in deep trouble again. I'm not surprised if KS outpaces them. Who's KS? But yes, they are. They don't seem to be quite rapid. Let's call it. What do you think about the upcoming Madrid F1 street track in 26? Ah, okay, so you weren't here this morning. I talked about that and I said, if you thought Catalonia was bad, wait until you see Madrid. You're gonna be begging for Catalonia to come back. It's gonna be so bad. Oh, Zhou up into 11th. Yeah. Yeah, Zhou's a pretty good driver. I quite like Zhou. Verstappen across the line. Starting his fast lap, C2, so it's gonna probably be like a half an hour long stint, this one. Madrid looks horrendous. Yeah, literally no overtaking spots, not a single straight line that goes on for more than like 20 meters. It's insanely bad. It's surprising how bad it is. And they were boasting when they announced the track. 3 overtaking spots. Oh, yellow flag. Flag. And that's gone. Well, it was good while it lasted. It was the most exciting part of the whole test, I would say. No, actually, that was the little race that we had yesterday. That was fun. Yeah, they were boasting like, oh yeah, we got 3 overtaking zones. First off, that's horrid. Second off, that's not true. So yeah, two bad points, two bad things already. Even after the announcement and the mayor of Madrid is also. I mean, there was a campaign, a very corrupt campaign for the track. The mayor was like, "Yeah, if you're like a public sector worker, a state worker, and you show enthusiasm publicly, we will give you a ticket for the race. And if you show more enthusiasm, you'll be given 2 or even 3 tickets." So they're handing out the tickets, paid with the taxpayers' money. Yeah, it's a big disaster. When is New Madrid on the calendar? I think 26, if I'm not mistaken, or 25. But still, we will have Madrid and Barcelona. My God, the calendar would just get bigger and bigger. When will it end? So let's see, we're looking at Russell now. Oh, Alonso and Piastri both on outlaps. As Russell's improving on his first sector time. Russell's right now in 4th place. Hope Madrid circuit gets cancelled and go back to Catalonia. Honestly, same, but I don't think that'll happen because they've already signed a 10-year contract. What? How do you sign a 10-year contract for a circuit that no one's ever raced in before? It exceeds me. Hold on. The camera was a bit dirty and it was bugging me. Really bugging me. What's a race you would like to add? Malaysia. Bring back Malaysia. That was a fantastic racetrack. And if not, Hockenheim. Bring back Hockenheim. Hey, Vinay, again with another donation. Thank you so much. What's with bad luck and Ferrari poor Leclerc? I don't think it's bad luck. I think it may be incompetence. And yes, poor Leclerc indeed. He's I've always said he's wasting his best years in a team that doesn't really appreciate him. Well, because they cannot really do much to appreciate anyone. Yes, Sepang, Malaysia was so good. So good. Hockenheim, yes. Those 2 insane tracks. And also, Portimao. Portimao was so good. Portimao was like a better Catalunya. Much better Catalunya. What would... assume that Sainz becomes a driver's champion and Ferrari still remove him. What's your thought? Would that be the greatest mistake of Ferrari? Well, contract's already signed. So, yeah, it's not much they can do about that. It's not a mistake if the contract's already signed. I mean, I don't think Ferrari will win a championship, period. So, yeah. If Russell is before, watch put Red Bull cost hammer time. What? If you could make your own calendar, what would it be? Oof. That's a loaded question. That's a pretty loaded question. But what I can say is it would have 19 races, 20 races max, but 19 is a good number. 18 was pretty good, but 19 I think we can push. And yeah, I mean it would have a lot, a few street races sprinkled in, but a lot more actual circuits. This is the last practice session. It's the last testing session. And yes. Yes, it is. Tsunoda's out on track as well right now. That Aston Martin looks so good. Do you think Tsunoda will score more points than Ricciardo this season? Honestly, I have no clue, dude. No idea. Was Vegas a street circuit? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. And they also destroyed the whole strip to make it happen. They tore down, not even like they chopped trees, hundreds of trees, in order to put grandstands on the Vegas strip. A complete disaster that race was. A complete disaster. What's your favorite team? Don't have one. Who do you think will score more points, Charles or Carlos? It all depends on how bad Ferrari are as a team this year. Every single time Ferrari are bad as a team when it comes to strategy and everything, that's Carlos's territory, 100%. But if they're consistent and good, sure, I don't see why Charles would get outperformed there. It's all just a little bit of luck as well. So you just don't see our messages. Yes, I do see your messages, Polo G. Of course you have a favorite team. Nope, I don't. Seeing Alonso in red then, now fearing about Hamilton. Yeah, Hamilton I don't think is gonna win a championship there. I think it's more like to go off on having ticked that off the bucket list. But I don't think he's going there to win a championship. I mean, he would love to, of course, but yeah. Vegas Grand Prix was a farce. Yes, it was. Catalonia is one of the best circuits for racing. I'm sure you're mistaken, because that's a lie. Catalonia is always one of the worst circuits for racing, of course. You complain about all your least favorite tracks. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about tracks and such. You just said a fact right there. Half an hour left to go to the end of preseason testing. It's hard to overtake at Catalonia. Yes, of course it is. It's hard to overtake. It's hard to follow all through the second, well, actually the first sector and the second sector. It's pretty hard, and the removal of the chicane at the third sector did not do much, honestly, last year for racing. At least you're honest. Of course I'm honest. I'm always honest. More so in testing, when there are not many objective facts we can talk about. I love the fact that not every single car is matte this year. Last year it was too much. Which team, according to you, can be challenging Red Bull for 24? Dude, I've already said that. It's all up in the air. I don't know. What do you think about Monte Carlo? I absolutely hate the Monaco race. The qualifying session is the best of the year. There's no doubt about that. But the fact that we still have to race there the next day, too much. It's too much. It's definitely, for me, the worst race of the year. Not the worst race weekend, but the worst race. Qualifying, there's just F1 taken to the extreme. It's such precision driving. It's beautiful. Qualifying in Monaco is beautiful. And it shows how comfortable driver and machine are working together and getting the maximum, extracting the limits, but racing there is a disaster. You think Hamilton knows something about the 2026 Ferrari? Yes, he does. He definitely does know it will be red. Monaco is no great for racing, but great challenge for drivers. Yeah, on qualifying. Because on the race, it's just a procession. Albon improves on his time, up into P5, I think. Do you see Perez being replaced anytime soon? Yes, this year. I found the notch life would be a disaster because of the ground effect of the F1 cars, so it seems weird for Formula cars in general. Yeah, those two. Also the fact that they couldn't make it through the carousel. Also the fact that it's filled with potholes. It's not an A1 rated circuit, and there's no place for overtaking. None. Apart from the last straight. Because it's too narrow. The track is too narrow. Did Leclerc stop to change tires? Yes, he's out now again. Just under half an hour to go. What happened to Joe? He came into the pits. Nico Hulkenberg's going out now. Mention your top 3 favorite F1 cars ever. Sure. Sure. The BMW Sauber F1.08. The Renault R26. And the Eagle Mark was it Mark 3? I think it's the Eagle Mark 3 from 19. Hold on. Hold on. I need to check. Eagle Mark 1 from 1967. There we go. Eagle Mark 1 1967. Yeah, those are my top 3. Do you hate Alpine, but you have a Renault on your top list? Yes. Nothing to do with each other. You cannot compare Flavio Briatore with Otmar Safnauer. Alpine is my favorite team. Okay. Good. Dude, is this your day job? No, it's not. I wish it could be, but no, it's not. Hamilton done for the day. Yes, Hamilton's not gonna be racing anymore today. Well, driving. Do you think William is going better last year? Do you mean compared to last year? Yes, I think so. Yes. It's like watching soccer and having a favorite team in the league. Nope, it's got nothing to do with that. I've got drivers that I like and drivers that I dislike, but I'm not married to any team. Also, why do you fanboy for Alonso? Because he's the best driver. Period. Joe is in the pits, guys. He's on an out lap now. Joe is out, so is Nico Hulkenberg. Is Red Bull gonna win every race this season? Looks that way, unless something happens. Unless someone can do something about it. Alonso's like a wine. He doesn't get old. No. But it doesn't translate well to English, the saying that I was gonna say. But yeah, he gets better with time, of course. Actually, if you see the driver pictures from 21, 22, 23, and 24 now, he seems to be aging backwards. He seems younger now than what he did a few years ago when he came back to Alpine. Say it in Spanish. Okay. Alonso no envejece. Alonso añeja. He's had a hair transplant. I'm telling you, no, he hasn't. Of course not. That's just stronger genetics than like Brits and such. No, he's got a full head of hair, and that's fine. It's normal, and it's got nothing to do with hair. It's got to do with like the face and everything, the attitude. That Red Bull looks so sexy. Like the car is so good. And the hair dye. What hair dye, dude? No, he just doesn't have white hairs because some people don't get a white head of hair when they are 40. Alonso's like a fine wine, you mean? Exactly, yes. Yes, he is. Does McLaren have a chance of winning a few races, dude? I have no idea. We haven't yet done a solid comparison lap between all the cars. I've got no clue. Perhaps Verstappen is 2 seconds faster than everyone else. I drink Earl Grey tea and turn grey. LOL, says RS. Yeah. Well, that's why he doesn't drink tea. And is clearly a Red Bull fan, and Alonso. Oh, I don't give a shit about Red Bull. Alonso, yes, I am. I am a very big fan. I don't let that through when I commentate, of course. But now that we're having a chat, yes, of course. I mean, everyone has their favorites. But Red Bull, oh no, I couldn't care less. I mean, I think that their car design is really good. But as a team overall, I mean, could have a Mercedes logo in front, and I'd be like, yeah, good. As I'm a fan of the sport, so as long as it's entertaining, I'm good. I'm not a fan of the same driver winning every race. Doesn't matter which team. Doesn't matter which driver. So as long as it's a good season, as long as it's contested and it's fun, sure, I'm all here for it. What's Leclerc's current tire? C2. He's on C2s right now. I'm literally just looking at the side of him right now. Yeah, it's the white-walled tire, which is the C2. Just under 20 minutes left to go. This Ferrari hype reminds me of 2019. Yeah, I mean, don't forget, guys, that Ferrari always like to top the testing sessions, even when they are nowhere, like in 2020. Toro Rosso, the fourth car. I mean, we don't know, But that sounds like a lot. That sounds like a lot. If they are the 5th fastest car, 6th fastest car, that would be really good for them. Maybe because you're Spanish. I am not Spanish. Actually, well, no, I'm not gonna go into it because you guys are gonna say that I've got biases and such when I criticize a driver and everything. So I'm not gonna go into it. Who's the best young driver in your opinion? Max Verstappen. I mean, he's killing it. He's a robot, that guy. I mean, he didn't put a foot wrong all of last season. I miss aggro Verstappen. Yeah, me too. Me too. I think we all do. A bit more drama wouldn't be bad. By some people's logic here, Tsunoda will be fighting for the title too, yes. I'm not a fan of Verstappen, and I am one, as you said. It's not intended to see the same person winning and doing well, but on the... oh god. But the relation he has with the car and how he perfects his style, it's fun to see. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's... at some point it's art, you know? What I said before about a car and a machine working so good together as one. Yeah, that's an F1 fan thing to say, you know? That's because we're fans of the sport. That's why it's so impressive. A young driver anymore, bro. I think it's like 24, 25. That's still a young driver. Russell improves up into 2nd place. He's 26. He's younger than many drivers in the truck right now in the circuit. He's pretty young. But what do you mean by young drivers then? He's the same age as Leclerc, Russell. He's the same age as many of the guys right now on track. Alonso's pretty young too. He is, yes. He's the best young driver there is. Alonso came straight from rental card. I dislike Ocon, but I think people sleep on his talent. What talent? Yeah. Okay, right now we're on board with Joe. Oh, nice stop to his helmet. That Sauber really does look good. That green ended up being, I mean, such a good color. Yeah, he's coming across the final corner right now, Joe. Let's see what he can do. He's in P10, improving all the way through the lap. Joe in... oh, P3. Good. Good. Nice. Sauber in 3rd. 5-second penalty for Ocon. Hell yeah. VSC, virtual safety car. Oh, I think it's going to be the same procedure as yesterday. VSC, then a safety car, then a red flag, then a race start. We're going to get a few laps of racing, and then that's going to be a red flag again, I think. So let's see if we can commentate a little bit today. Oh. What now? No. It's like yesterday. A VSC, now it's a full-on safety car. There's not an actual safety car out there. We're gonna get a few graphs, and then we're gonna get a red flag, and everyone's gonna come in. Then, okay, there's a red flag. Then we're gonna get a a green flag when there's 11 minutes to go. They're going to do a formation lap. They're going to line up. They're going to do a little race. Yeah. People say that Aston Martin are slow from pre-season testing because they are not in the top 3 is insane. It's insane, guys. Come on. Oh, I need to... I can update my wallpaper. I haven't updated it since pre-season testing last year. I think... let me see if I can find a few good pictures. There's a few contenders for my wallpaper this year. The Ferrari's looking really good. The Sauber as well. The Aston Martin. I'll see what I do. And the Toro Rosso. LMAO, why are people always fooled by preseason? Yeah, I don't know, dude. Wallpapers need glue. Yes, they do. That's why I put glue on my computer. That's why I always do it once a year, because it's a very, very invasive process. Okay, Joe is lining up at the end of the pit lane. Along, that's a car. I can only see black right now, so I'm assuming it's... Oh, it's a Haas. It's a Haas. It's a MoneyGram. Yeah, there's not a red flag anymore. But they're gonna be released in about a minute. I think Verstappen's out of the car, so I think that's it for Red Bull. And there's the green light. We're having a Toro Rosso, a Haas, a Sauber. It's gonna be tough, guys. It's gonna be tough. Well, we went from having 2 Alphas to having none. AlphaTauri and Alfa Romeo, and I always confuse them when trying to commentate quickly, and now we have none of them. We have Sauber and we have Toro Rosso. There's Alonso and also a Ferrari, that's Leclerc. So we have just 10 minutes left of testing that we're probably not going to do the whole 10 minutes because of the red flag that we got, same as yesterday. Oh, en este país ya nadie trabaja. 11 minutes to go pretty much. Drivers are doing a bit of a warm-up run as they go a little bit of a formation lap. Oh, that's the Haas overtaking the Toro Rosso. Yeah, so I'm gonna keep saying Alpha through the season. It's just I've always said Alpha because, well, first it was Alfa Romeo, and then in 21 Alpha Tauri as well joined. I've always commentated with those two. It's good that they're gone, honestly. Sauber now and Toro Rosso. Yeah. Okay, the Haas is gonna line up on the grid. Let's see where he goes. We're getting the Toro Rosso, then the Sauber, then the McLaren, and we're soon gonna see the Aston and the Ferrari join. The race starts in 7 days, 22 hours, 59 minutes, and 47 seconds. Okay, let's see. Yeah, the cars joining the back of the pack. The Aston and the Ferrari. Okay, so let's commentate on this. I don't think we're gonna get lights out, but we're gonna get racing. Come on, guys, race. That would be fantastic to see. Not like the pause starts from yesterday. Oh, we're gonna get another car joining in. They're waiting for who's that? Who's that at the back? We're gonna get 4, 5, 6, 7 cars. That's a Mercedes. That's the Mercedes of Russell. And I think... Oh, we're gonna get lights. And we are racing. That's the... Yeah, I don't think they're racing now. No, they're going off one after the other. We may get another formation lap. Okay, yeah. Practice starts. Yeah, but yesterday we got a little racing. No, but right now they're doing formation laps. They're warming up those tires. No one realizes that these times are relevant. Joe above Max doesn't mean he's faster. Yes, of course it doesn't. But, you know, people think what they think. Oh, I got my adrenaline going. I can feel it now. It was like a peak and then a valley. And it just went through my arms and it felt weird. How's your work schedule on February 29th? Is there February 20? Oh yeah, there is. My work schedule, I gotta work from the time I start to the time I end and my regular job, and that's it. Are you Albanian or Portuguese? Neither. Neither. The Red Bull is done, so that's testing done for the Red Bull team. Pre-season testing is over for the reigning champions. Someone sent me a LinkedIn request, and I don't even know who they are. Okay, now we're actually getting some rubber in. Perhaps we're gonna get an actual race start now. It's Nico Hulkenberg ahead of, I don't know who that is on the side, and it's oh, yeah. Okay, so it's Toro Rosso, then it's Sauber, McLaren, Aston Martin, Ferrari, and Mercedes at the back. And let's get ready for the race start. Are they gonna be one by one again? Or is it gonna be a good start like yesterday? Come on. And waiting. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red lights. And away we go. It's a clean getaway from everyone since they are not going to be racing. Oh, well. I got excited there. Yeah, no. Okay. Okay, well, yesterday was a fluke then. Yeah. I think Red Bull were happy with their soft run data for a few days ago, wanted to look at long mid-runs for race pace and tire drag. Yeah, we don't know what their program is, so I'll have to see. Hey, RS gifting memberships to the channel. Thank you, RS. Guys, thank RS. Ayub, Patrick Hell, Lucas Amaral, Hasnosh21, El Queso de la Quesería, Isaac Amores, Benedict R, Patrick Catalin, Avalon, and Michael Paul. Thank RS for you are now members of the channel for the remainder of the, well, for the next 30 days. So you're going to be able to look at the races and yeah. Well, you're going to be able to look at the races either way, but to be members of the team of the channel. My God, struggling to speak today. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it for testing. I think they're going to be coming in now. Red flags on the circuit, so yeah, they're going to be coming in. And that is it for pre-season testing. If you've enjoyed the coverage that we've had so far, make sure to leave a like on the video. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you are new here and you want to follow what we do on the races, the race weekends that we are going to be here covering every single one of them. Yeah, I mean, you can follow me on Twitter. I'm not really active there anymore, but you can follow me on Twitter at BrianF1. YouTube as well. Got a big archive of content there. And if not, yeah, I will see you all next week. Take care, guys. Thank you all so much for tuning in. And I think that's gonna be it for testing, right? I did the outro already, so I'm hoping that is, because the red flag's just been lifted. But I don't think anyone's gonna be coming out now. I think that's it. Yep, everyone's coming in. Well, that concludes testing. Yeah, thank you so much. And I will see you all next week. Goodbye.